What we saying, boys? Morning. Morning, everyone. Bro's wearing hats today. Morning, Phil. Morning. What we saying? Morning, Jed. How are you? Morning, Womble. Caveman. Phil. Jay, Lord. Burning Candle. Statch. What we saying, boys? How we going, boys? What we saying, boys? Morning, Nico. Morning, Slater. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Theatre. How we all doing, boys? Morning, everyone on the TikTok and YouTube. Let me know what you guys are looking at, boys. Let me know what you guys are looking at in these markets. I'm personally looking for sells at the moment. Morning, Casual. Morning, Brian. Morning, Will. Don't you think longs are more optimal because if we close above that 15-minute on EU? Yeah, if we close above this, then yeah. But the main thing I'm really looking at is the DTO entry, where price is just running away, re-tap in, and then we get the sell. We can wait for confirmation here as well. But looking at the market on the 4 hour, I'm basically seeing this big leg down. Price recovered yesterday up to our IFEG, and now we're getting decent sells. So I just want that bearish move to continue. As I said, our range is from here to here. We've had a decent retracement, filled this. So now I just want that bearish momentum to just continue down. So that's what I'll be looking for, boys. That's basically what I'm looking for. But everyone drop a like on the stream, man. If you're just joined, drop a like on the stream. If you're on TikTok, double tap the screen. But yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at. So that 4 hour IFEG is the main thing I'm looking to go off of. We got this down here to target as well. This lower fair value gap. So, I mean, you could definitely aim for the range low potentially. But for now, I'm just going to aim for this 4 hour CRT low. We do have a lot of SMT as well on our different currencies. So if you look at EU, you can see EU, we had this big 4 hour candle at 2 p.m. We took out the high. So we really should trade down now into the low. But GU, you can see on the other hand, didn't actually sweep the high. We actually had SMT where it made a lower high. So that's a nice bit of bearish confluence for us. And then also on GU, we actually swept this candle's high. So now we should continue lower, obviously after sweeping the candle's high. But on EU, we didn't get the sweep of that candle. As you can see, we didn't get a sweep of that candle. So really what we're seeing is we're seeing manipulation. We are seeing people getting stopped out, but just we're getting SMT with it as well, which is always nice. You can see whichever way we can, we're trying to manipulate people, manipulate sellers. See, clear sweep, so that's going to stop out all the sellers there. And then stop out all the sellers here. Also induce some buyers. So I think all the liquidity being taken right now is to the upside. So it only makes sense for us to move to the downside. You can see liquidity being taken here. And then obviously our SMT here. So we just want price to continue down. And then similarly on GU, we had no SMT up here. We had SMT up there, sorry, and then liquidity taken here. So we just want that bearish move to continue. So we are seeing really exactly what we want in order to see sells. But yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at, chat. That's what I'm seeing and what I'm looking at. So let me know if you see anything different or if you see the same. Let me know if you see different or the same in this market, boys. Everyone drop a like on the stream. But yeah, I'm looking to trade price to the downside. Still in that EU DTO buys from yesterday. Nice, bro. Where are you looking to close out on that one? Yes, morning. Let's cook today. Same EU shorts. Nice, bro. Check GJ Longs. Yeah, I'll check that in a sec. GJ Longs, maybe. Yeah, I'll check GJ Longs in a sec, boys. I'm already in sales. Fair play, bro. Where did you get in sales from? GJ Longs. Fair play. A lot of people's looking for GJ Longs and EU shorts. That's all I'm really seeing most people look for. Morning Trey, morning Josh, morning Ralph, Slater, Brian, Casual. Josh, what you saying? JJ, Takuds, Wadia, what you saying? Sales 4-hour CRT and Friday 50. Yep. Same EU setup. Fair play. What's up, people? What you saying, Takuds? I have the same setup on EU, but I don't think I'm taking anything today. Why is that, bro? GJ Longs, same bias, nice. Chart check, bro. Good morning. What you saying, Ernest? What you saying, Nico Sub? Think someone asked you to check GJ Longs. Yeah. Fucking hell, about 5 people have asked to see GJ Longs. So let me... Oh, it looks like we might just distribute down. GJ, we could still get an entry though. Obviously, EU's way more optimal right now. If we look at EG, we can see we did have that big dump on the pound due to the news this morning at 7 AM. So what we're basically seeing with this is obviously EG pushing down, which means that the pound has got stronger against the euro. So right now, the pound is quite strong. You can see we had that big dump, which showed that the pound absolutely bodied euro in that time. So we don't really want to look for GU sells if possible. We'd much rather look for EU sells. So let's hope we can actually find them. It's looking like it might be a little bit difficult at this point now. Well, go on, bro. What you saying, Lenny? How you doing, brother? Don't think it'll retrace back to DTO. Just been moving slow. Yeah, it might. We're still going to find the best entry possible. We're still going to find the best entry. Morning, Aaron. What you saying, bro? A lot of people are asking me about the yen basket. Well, basically about GJ. So let's have a look at GJ right now. We can see prices pushing up off of this fair value gap, which is nice. I do want the market to continue down. We really did get what we wanted yesterday. We wanted price to obviously pull up to the DTO and then give that next delivery, which it did absolutely, which is nice. So I'm still looking for them sells. So I'm looking for this fair value gap to get disrespected eventually. Have we filled? Yeah, so we filled this imbalance as well on the 4-hour for the yen basket. So if we come on down onto the lower time frame, the 15-minute. Are we at Friday 50? I don't think we actually are at Friday 50. Okay, we're not at Friday 50, which is kind of annoying, but we can still look for trades on the yen. To be fair, we've had the Asia sweep, we've had the fill, and now we're coming into this order block here. So to be fair, it looks ready to move now, if I'm being honest, chat. JPY looks ready to move right away. As we said, we swept the Asia high already. As you can see, this green box swept the Asia high, which was there. Had our bearish confirmation. So you just want to look for continuations down now. So vice versa. On the likes of JPY, you want to look for buys. EJ, you want to look for buys. If it's gone on the 4-hour time frame, you can see we are tapping into this order block here. I'll just draw it as a line. But we filled this 4-hour imbalance and also tapped into the order block, which is exactly what we want. Obviously, we're still going to be targeting realistically this high here. Let's move the DTO as well. So the DTO is here. So we're nicely below the DTO, which is obviously good if you're looking at buys. If we look at GJ on the 4-hour as well, GJ not looking as nice on the 4 hour, but we have come into this 1 hour. We have come into this 1 hour order block here. That long yesterday, if you did get in, is playing out pretty nicely. I'm just going to forget about it for a second though. EU shit. Yeah, it's kind of just dumping right now. Let me actually get rid of this just for the time being. You can see that played nicely though. So yeah, coming into that order block, let's mark on our DTO as well. Our DTO is right here. DTO is right here, so we are below it nicely again. And now it's just about finding an actual entry. Let me quickly highlight this candle. I'm just going to make it a bit nicer. Alright, let's actually look to trade this currency now. We've had a market structure shift, breaking that high. So yeah, I would say you're valid to be getting in. If you want to get in off that order block, could potentially be a good point to get in. You can see price has swept the Asia low, given our confirmation with a break. So now we just want price to continue to the upside. So let's have a look at GJ now. GJ, we haven't been given that break, but we have been given some fair value gaps that have been forming. We've also disrespected this 15-minute IFEG right here. We've disrespected that, which price is mitigating now. So if you go down, yeah, it does look like that's what price is running from. Again, we do have this order block here, which price has already tapped into. So I'm not sure if you'd look for it to get tapped in again. But I would more look for GJ. I would more look for GJ in this market, to be fair. Most people were looking at GJ anyway, but yeah, I'm looking at GJ. Oh yeah, remember this indicator? Yeah, I'll be looking for buys straight away. Be looking for buys straight away. And you can really aim for quite a decent bit as well. Even if you live executioned it, to be fair, you can still aim for this fair value gap here. So if you wanted to live execute, still getting decent enough RR off that. So yeah, it does look nice. It's looking nice, chap. Let's see if we make a fair value gap on the 1 minute for an actual precise entry point. Where would you target on EU sales? We in? Nice, Venom. Where would you target on EU sales? I mean, it's really up to you, because I personally do want us to continue all the way down to this low. I want us to move all the way down to this external low, so prior day low, right there. So I do think you could really be selling to anything in this range. The first target that I'll be looking for though would be this 4-hour CRT candle. So basically the low of the 1 PM candle, or the 12 candle really. No, is it 12? No, 2 PM candle. The low of the 2 PM candle. Right there, so basically New York low from yesterday. So we'll see if that is able to come through. Let's wait for this 1 minute. Okay, yeah, we did, as you can see, make a 1 minute fair value gap on JPY. So you can look to enter off of that. You can look to enter off that really. EU juicing on sales I entered last night. Lovely, bro. Last night, nice. Give me 2 secs, chat, and I'll read the rest of the comments. What are we looking like on this? Two secs, TikTok. Two secs, boys. Morning, Kims. How you doing? Morning, Peugeot. How you doing, bro? Cool, yeah. EU absolutely cooking. EU absolutely cooking. We did have an EU sell in the signals as well, chat. I can draw that on. So if anyone did miss the yeah, how comes you entered last night, bro? That was naughty. That was a naughty entry. DXY weekly, monthly volume imbalance could see a reversal here. I'm holding off until the new Fed chair speaks. Mate, we are absolutely dumping on EU. I'm not going to lie. Let me quickly mark on this fucking signal we had sent in. Because this is an absolutely unbelievable trade. Let me quickly mark this on. We're still going to be looking for the new entries, boys. Holy. So 41 was entered. Yep, 41. Stop loss was 823. Where's he aiming for as well? 7-2. Fucking hell, he's aiming for loads. Jesus, wait, what? I'm just going to have to type this in. This is bugging me out. 7. Right, he's aiming for absolutely... Okay, he's aiming for the Friday low. Fair play. We'll see how this plays out, chat. This was a trade that was sent into our signal group, so we'll see how it plays out. See how it plays out. Whoa, crazy candle from GJ right there. Crazy candle from GJ right there. Let's see if this can recover. If you wanted to wait for further confirmation, you could really wait for a break at that high. Do still like the look of GJ to the upside. Yeah, the yen basket must be moving a little bit mad right now. Not massively, to be fair. We'll see if this fair value gap holds on GJ. A lot of volume on GJ right now, chat. I'm not going to lie. Fucking hell. Alright, already made a new low. Okay. Right, we're still going to catch this bitch this morning. I'm telling you now. Fucking hell, though. That dump was naughty. Holy trade. EG pump him. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Well, that is the reason. Jesus. That's Euro strength, though. Really. Jesus, that is insane. That is absolutely insane, boys. I haven't seen a pump like that. Oh, what the fuck was that caused by, bro? Holy shit. What the fuck? Seriously, what on earth was that? Right, but this GJ trade is absolutely biblically cooked. Okay, we might as well just completely reassess GJ. What the fuck? Yo, that come from absolutely nowhere, chat. Everything's going a little bit crazy. I mean, the gem basket's not really, but fucking hell, look at GJ and GU. Anything with a pound in it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that is caused by the pound. I want to see exactly what that is caused by, because the EJ's still relatively doing what you want to see it do. But GJ, holy. Look at Euro GBP. Yeah, I know, Euro GBP is insane, man. Absolutely insane with that pump. Morning, bro. Missed my EU sales. Looks like price tends to create a run expansion at 8:30. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we get a 15-minute close below this 4-hour candle. Bearing in mind, we do have the candle closing in about 40 minutes. This is a sell that we had in the signal group, so hopefully this one can play. We are going to be looking for re-entries, though. This is what I'll be looking for re-entries. Mate, that GJ, bro, what was that even caused by, chat? Let me check the news to see what that was caused by. Yo, did you enter this, King Lou? Yeah, it was sent to the signal group, bro. Can show you. We had a lot of people join the signal group on Friday as well, so it'd be nice to get a dub. We did have this one yesterday as well, but we moved stop loss to entry on this, and it came back and ran. So I don't know if people actually won off that, or yeah, there's that EU short there. Let me try and find what news that is. Fucking hell, man. Come on, same trade. Fair play, bro. Interest rates. That was earlier though, bro. That was a fair bit earlier. I'm reading the news now, boys, trying to see. Was wicked out on GU. Unlucky, bro. Yeah, I haven't been able to catch these this morning, boys. EJ still looks nice. The M basket still does look really nice. It's just a matter of GJ having that crazy reaction. I'm trying to find what that was with the pound, bro. So it was 7 minutes ago. ECB's the greatest. ECB has to... Bro, I don't really see what this is. Is anyone getting any news about what this is? What the fuck is EA use in Alpha Capital? EA means just like a bot, bro. Like a trading robot. IRB said no. We're getting a lot of reports about Iranian delegation and stuff like that, but I don't really see what that would affect the pound so specifically. Media reports about the arrival of an Iranian delegation in Pakistan or the scheduling of meetings are baseless, according to Iranian TV. UK Sir Ollie Robbins says that number 10 took a dismissive approach to Mandelson's vetting. Just came out, check Forex Factory. I don't think Mandelson, I don't think that scandal would affect anything too bad. I can't see it come out either. The most recent thing is this De Guindos thing. Emphasizes the need for caution in rates. Okay. Well, that's put a bit of a mad one into the market. It's been a weird open this morning, chat. Just came out, refreshed the page. Vettins and was... Robin says it was not given. It was not even a given that he would be vetted at that point. The position of Cabinet Office. Let's see what this is. So okay, yeah, this is all about that fucking this Brer. So Ollie Robbins says that number 10 took a dismissive approach to Mandelson's vetting, and the only focus was getting him to Washington as soon as possible. This was the guy that was friends with Epstein, by the way, chat. Robbins said it was not even a given that he would be vetted at the point. The position of Cabinet Office was that there was no need to vet Mandelson at all. In the end, the FCDO insisted. By the time he arrived pre-vetting, Mandelson already had access to the building's IT systems and was given a high classification briefings. Firstly, when I was walking into a vacuum, I arrived in a situation which a due diligence report had been conducted into Mandelson. The PM had taken advice on his fitness for office. The name had been submitted to L. King. The PM had made an announcement without caveats. The British government had sought agreement. He had been given access to the building. He had been given access to low classification IT. And from the time he was being given access to high classification briefing, I walked into a situation where there was already a very strong expectation that he needed to be in America as quickly as possible. Okay, so basically he's just a shady... what is the code of yours for Alpha Capital Group? Richesse, bro, in all caps. Richesse, in all caps, brother. Yeah, that's basically everything we wanted to see already completed. We wanted to see this 4-hour low get taken. We've already had that big distribution down. I'm not sure that was what it was caused by, to be fair. We did drop 20 pips in that drop just there. So annoying, man. We can see that these we definitely got the right side on the yen basket. We just had an annoying exactly what we wanted to happen. We tapped into that order block and then we've started to run. So we just want to continue running to the Asia low. Annoying about that GJ though, man. That's fucking jarring. It's actually jarring. Hopefully we can return to a bit of norm, and there will be a move though. I do think right now this is kind of underpriced, so we should really come back up. See what we're actually mitigating now on the time lower or higher time frame. To be fair, still coming off of this order block. We don't really have any 5 minutes to actually go off. It's a difficult one on GJ, boys. EJTP hit, lovely. Give trade, wow. Yeah, I was looking at GJ buys, but mate, that came at literally the worst time. That move. We're getting exactly what we wanted from the yen basket. Again, filled this 4-hour imbalance, giving us a nice. You can see that candle's flipped now. Bear in mind we got the close of the candle pretty soon, so if we can get a CRT close on this, that would be a lovely confirmation. But yeah, we've got that nice candle flip, as you can see. Again, I'm thinking about a GU live execution. EJ looks clean, yeah. EJ does. I mean, we should just see this reprice back. I mean, the yen basket is just going to distribute away. So yeah, I do think we can get nice buys on GJ still. I'm very tempted with this one, chat. We're reaching the DTO now. You can see UJ's absolutely flown. EJ's still sort of there. Yen basket's still dumping. That 1 minute on GJ could be a nice entry, you know. It's going to dump you. Wait, what's going to dump? Take a look at USDCHF. What are you seeing on USDCHF, bro? I think we got some news. No. Mate, I really do like the look of these longs. Okay, EU's actually coming up decently. Is DXY is coming down as well. If we can come down to the OTE of this leg, then we can actually look for re-entries. If we can come back to the OTE. Do ACG get money from... Do you actually get money from ACG if you can get your affiliate code users to blow their accounts? Obviously not, bro. You only get money... If the account gets sold, then that's it. It doesn't make a difference if it passes or fails or what. It doesn't make a difference. Obviously, it's just in my best interest to make you lot pass because you watch my stream. Yeah, you don't get dough if it fails or anything like that. It's crazy. That would be crazy. Not gonna lie, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. And plus, how would that even work? How would they give you extra if they fail? Doesn't even make sense on their part. Bro, EU, yeah, we just need to wait for a bit of a big retracement. Look, EU shorts from the 30-minute order block. Yeah, bro, that's what I'd think the most likely re-entry is. Is price coming back up around here and then getting that next move down. Do want to have your stop loss clear of the DTO. But yeah, that order block there is definitely the one that I like as well. That 30-minute or 15-minute. Is it the same on the 30 or is it a bit different? Yeah, that 30-minute order block there. Do you want to make sure your stop loss is clear of the DTO? So yeah, you do want to have your stop loss above these highs. I'd say even above these highs here, just because this is the next real grab. So if you have your stop loss above that, then you're sort of clear of the liquidity grab. As you can see, this was actually SMT right here. But if you look at GU, this move up was a sweep of the 4-hour high and then obviously price dump. So we shouldn't really come any higher than this. So if your stop loss is here, I think that's the best, most safe position to have it. Gold short. Actually, yeah, let's have a look at gold. What's gold been saying? Right, yeah, gold filled that opening gap as we was expecting. You can see, to be fair, actually filled it really nicely, then had that sell-off. I'd still be looking for buys, to be fair, on gold, bro. On the 4-hour, or sorry, on the daily, the way I see it is we're in this range here from this low to this high. And we've just tapped into this daily order block here. So we should really go higher now. If I go down to hourly, it might be a little bit clearer. We've got our daily order block here, which price has just tapped into. So I do want to see, essentially, this move, a pullback to our daily, and then price continuing. So I am expecting buyers. We do have this order block, yes, still left over from yesterday. This order block from the Asia session, which tapped into the order block and then pushed up. So I'll be looking to buy mainly on gold off of there. And then, obviously, this is the liquidity we've already taken, but I would want to push a little bit lower into this. Stop loss on the low. And then aim for this external high. EJ break and retest the DTO for longs. Are you finishing it short? A lot of people saying about EJ re-entries. Yeah, holy distribution. Exactly what we knew the end basket was going to do, man. Exactly what we knew the end basket was going to do. Okay, GJ's absolutely pumping now. Hopefully we can have a big retracement. We just got to hope for a big retracement now, chat. I'll be honest. The other way to get into this market is potentially... Let me just look. We do have a 5-minute fair value gap now here. So you could enter from the bottom of that after it's been filled. I mean, your RR is going to be a lot worse, and you are. To be fair, you're not aiming for a lot though on GJ. We know GJ can run fucking 30 pips in a matter of a few hours, a matter of not even that, about an hour. So yeah. 2 secs, chat. Still think GJ is just the most optimal to look for buys just because it's underpriced since that dump. You can see UJ's trading way above the Asia high. EJ's trading like near enough at the Asia high. And GJ's still pretty much trading towards like near the low. So GJ's by far the most underpriced to come higher, in my opinion. Just had that mad manipulation with that sell-off. We should have really run like all the other pairs. Because bear in mind, all the other pairs missed that we didn't have this. We didn't have this sell-off. That was just caused by the pound, so. We'll see how this candle closes. We've got half hour left till the 4-hour close as well, which is going to be very important, boys. EU go buy. I'd more look for sells, bro, on EU, GU, boys. I'd look for sells. If you are watching on YouTube, TikTok right now, boys, we are live on YouTube as well. We've got about 120 man in there. You can see full face cam, full screen. If you want to jump in. Yeah, chat, tell me if you're in any trades. Still didn't really get a conclusive answer for what that news was. We really didn't. Yeah, we really didn't get anything conclusive about what that news was. Netanyahu, we have removed the threat of the Iranian regime that targeted our existence. Iran's army says Iranian tanker entered Iran's territorial waters from Arabian Sea on Monday with operational help from military. Netanyahu, the Iranian regime planned to annihilate Israel with nuclear bombs. This guy just makes shit up, innit? Who actually believes that? As if Iran would do that, fucking hell. Considering Israel also have nukes. It's just like, obviously they wouldn't do that. They actually try and convince us that they, like, what? Why do they actually think we'll, mate, to be fair, people must believe it. But you can just tell all the boomers are going to read that and go, oh, Iran plan to nuke Netanyahu, oh my God. Thank God we're going to war with them for the next 5 years. It's like, bro. Yeah, I do again, chat, think GJ is the most optimal from here. We might get a little reaction off the DTO. Some people did say they're going for a break retest of the DTO as well on EJ. Let me know what that actually looks like to you. I don't hate it, to be honest. I don't hate the idea of it. I do think the pound is just a lot more optimal to actually go for. But I don't hate the idea. Let me know where you're putting your stop loss and stuff like that. Yeah, let me know where you're putting your stops, but yeah, boys, everyone who's saying about the break and retest of the DTO, let me know where you're looking to get in. Shorts on GU, yeah, I agree, H. I think they're nice. Underpriced or weak? Underpriced, bro. I'd say GJ's underpriced. Reason I say it's underpriced, not weak, is because, again, what I always say, let me show you this, we'll explain it. There's certain pairs are dominant, certain pairs are weak. So, for example, if you look at this, The dominant pairs are US dollar and JPY. And what that means is whatever, for example, EU and GU does, the euro and the pound doesn't really matter too much. Whatever the dollar does is going to dictate what the whole pair does. And that's the same for JPYs. Whatever the JPY does dictates basically what the whole pair is going to do. So these pairs don't move. EU doesn't move off EU strength. It moves off dollar strength. Same as GU. And also EJ doesn't move off euro strength. It moves off JPY strength. That's what we mean by that. So what we more look for is we look for the yen basket to give us a clear direction. So for example, say this is the yen basket here and it's clearly bearish. Then we just know that EJ and GJ will be bullish and we can be confident in that. So when we look at the yen basket, and as we said earlier this morning, where we was basically filling, got to repeal that. Where we was basically filling that fair value gap here on the 4 hour. We wanted price to continue and sell off. And as you can see, that is really what happened. So we filled that fair value gap, price took Asia high. We got the confirmation, as we said, on the lower time frame. And then we got price tap the order block and then sell off. So we got exactly what we wanted. And the yen basket is bearish, right? So looking at this, the yen basket is bearish. So now we know GJ and EJ are going to basically both be bullish, right? Regardless of how strong the pound or the euro is, that is what's going to happen eventually. And that's why I say it's GJ is underpriced, is because, as we said, so we can see the proof of that now that we're actually all the way up here. But GJ had this dump here, which was purely due to the pound. It was a violent reaction for whatever I still haven't seen the news, whatever caused it. But we had this violent sell-off on GJ. And that only happened for GJ. So we actually fell 27 points or 27 pips below, which we didn't do for EJ, we didn't do for UJ, we didn't do for any other JPY pairs other than the pound. So the JPY is still weak, so that means the GJ is still strong. So this is still strong, yet we had this fundamental price dump of 27 pips. So now, after that shock of news is done, and we go back to what we was going to do, which was moving higher, we are now 27 pips below on GJ where we are on EJ. So look at the same time on EJ, we are all the way up here. Whereas GJ, we've had that dump. So moving very oppositely, which is why we said it was undervalued. Shorts and GU, yeah, bro, that's what I'll be looking for. Retesting the DTO now as well. EJ also retesting the DTO. Who's looking to get in on the DTO, boys? Who's looking to get in on the DTO? Another ridiculously tempting trade. Mark, am I the only one who's already tired of this week? To be fair, it's been a decent week. There's been a lot of volume in all the markets, which is what we want to see. It's been kind of difficult, but still good for what we want to see. EU's not a million miles off now. What we can see is if it reacts off this order block, this fair value gap, or just inverts it, that'll basically tell us if price wants to continue more or not. If we invert this, then it'll tell us we don't want to retrace anymore and we're just going to continue down. But if we're able to actually react off this, then we should come all the way back up to our order block and be able to get re-entries. Mate, I'm so tempted for GJ. You guys actually don't even understand how tempted I am. I'm more than likely, chat, just going to wait for a big retracement because I can just feel myself getting low-key, getting FOMO on this move right now. So if I've got FOMO, I really don't just want to jump in a trade right now. It probably will play out, but it's just not good on my psychology and it teaches bad habits. So I'll probably just wait if we can retrace to down here to this 5 minute. If we can come into this 5 minute, then I'll look to get in. If not, then I'll just leave it. If it runs without me, it runs without me, chat. There's nothing I can really do. There's no point chasing it. It's just stupid. We can buy or sell. I'd say buy on JPY pairs, sell on dollar pairs. What's what you're looking at for today in the market? EUG you sell and EJGJ buy. Got tapped in EJ DTO longs. Oh, you got in, did you? Where's your? Where did you put stops on that, Drift King? Where did you put stops at? He was only 6 pips away from the order block. Nice. Does look like we want to continue that retracement. Gold's still looking nice as well. Okay. Two secs, chat. Yo, let me quickly grab a charger. Let me quickly grab a charger for this phone, chat. Right, give me 2 secs, boys. I'll be back 2 secs. Let me grab a charger. London low. Alright, fair play. Right, yeah, we are pushing up a little bit. Get that straightened out. London low. Alright, so it's a pretty big stop, to be fair. Fair play. Are you still aiming for that high? You still aiming for this fair value gap high? Really nice price action, man, on JPY pairs this morning. Really nice. Oh, mate, GJ was actually jarring earlier. What was that fucking spike? Suppose. Yesterday's DTO is TP1. Fair play. Oh, mate, GJ's actually pissed me right off this morning. Pissed me right off. Right off. GU short, ready or not? I'd want it to come up to an actual order block first, bro. So I want it on GU to come up to, on the 15-minute, this order block here. Which happens to be bang in line with the DTO. So if you can get an entry on the DTO, I think that would be a lot nicer. Aiming for the prior day low. Could have your stop loss a little bit tighter. Re-entry for EUG. Yeah, that's where I'll be looking to re-enter on EUGU. This was the EU that was sent into the signals. EU's von der Leyen. We must succeed in completing the European continent so that it is not influenced by Russia, Turkey or China. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we're at the stage in the world where if America, Israel and Iran didn't exist, we'd probably live in world peace at this point. And just a few leaders need to go. Like, bro, in 2026, does anyone actually care about Russia or China? I don't really care about them. I don't think they've got any intention of trying to invade us or anything like that. So, might as well just let them do their thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, Russia need to chill out with invading Ukraine. That's just bang out of order. But once that's over, I think it's just America. I mean, to be fair to China, bro, China's like the nicest country in the world. Think of how many wars America have gone into. China's actually done nothing, even though they easily could. I wouldn't even want to see the Chinese war machine, bro. It'd probably be like America's, but just way more brutal. At least America like has somewhat like standards a little bit. China would just blow somewhere off the absolute map. No care in the world. Hey, Lou, what are you saying for? China versus USA is just education. What do you mean, bro? Right, I'm scared. Are we getting stopped? What on, bro? What on? DXY does look like it's got room to come down. It's still got this big old fair value gap here to tap into. What's EG saying now as well? Yeah, that move on the pound was purely pointless as well. We Giga pumped up just to come right back down. I still don't know what that actually was, boys. I still don't know what that was. Still nothing clear about what that was. Nothing at all is clear about what that was. Which is really strange. All that come out around that time was about ECB has to keep a cool head and be cautious on rates. But it didn't even affect the euro, it just affected the pound, so it doesn't really make sense. Is there any point getting up for London ATM? To be fair, bro, it's been crazy, but no, there definitely is point, man. There definitely is point. I mean, as I said, we got in this short nice and early in the signals, so we're doing alright regardless today. We are doing alright regardless. Pretty manual. I mean, the difference is education and hard-working country. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're both hard-working, America and China. Got to give it to them both. And the issue with America is just like, they're just bare unhealthy, aren't they? But everyone's economy works in a certain way. Like, you have to sell something. America's whole economy just works on, right, let's just poison the people. Let's just fill them up with whatever we can. Pharmaceutical drugs, a million different flavours of crisps, a billion different fast food restaurants. Do you know what I mean? Let's just, whatever we can, let's just sell to the people. Let's just poison our people to absolute ruin. And then we're the richest country, then let's put it into the military. That's how America basically works. It's pretty sad. Opinions on GJ trade. Yeah, nice, bro. Nice for longs. Really nice for longs. It was annoying, that earlier trade, man. That was actually jarring. That was just a random spike. Completely random 5-minute spike. Yeah, I'd still be looking to get into GJ. If we can get a nice favourable retracement. Bear in mind, if we look at the yen yesterday, we did see a similar thing. Where the yen basket actually had that sell-off. We then pulled back, and then we got the sell-off again. So if we can have another pullback like this, that'll be lovely. So how many points sell-off did we have? We actually had a 23-point sell-off, and then price retrace basically all the way back. This morning we've had a 25-point sell-off, so we know we can retrace all the way back. So if you're getting in GJ longs, I do think it's really possible. As long as you have your stop loss safely on the low. As long as you have your stop loss here. I still think it's worth it waiting for the trade. What time did we actually retrace yesterday? Yesterday, the retracement started at 12, finished at 2:30. So, let's mark on 12 and 2:30. So this is the equivalent yesterday, what happened, where we bottomed out here. Bottomed out here and then retraced here. And then got that next move. So hopefully we can see something similar. That'll be really, really nice for GJ. We are starting to push up a little bit. It's nice we haven't taken the Asia low yet, so still a target. Still a target for us. GJ's still underpriced, man. Actually, it's not so much right now. So this EJ, boys, I'm not getting in. Someone in the live is in this position here from the DTO. Stop loss here. TP is yesterday's DTO. Wait, that's what he said. He must have meant Monday's DTO. Friday's DTO, I'm assuming he meant. Let's mark on the DTO, see where his target is. So this is the buys he's in. Yeah, I do like the look of them, man. To be fair, you've got a nice wide stop loss. That's what you want as well. Because as we said, it's really possible that the yen basket retraces all this way and then just dumps again. So we do want to bear that in mind. It is probable that that happens. Which will be really nice for GJ. Are you starting to continue down? We'll see if it can invert this fair value gap. Only 1 hour rejection. On what, bro? On what? Which pair looks better, EU or GU? I'd say E, bro. Mate, why do I keep on getting suspended, bro? I can't actually go live on TikTok anymore. Every single live, I get suspended. Every single live, I'll get restricted about 3 times, at least. And this one doesn't finish for... $10 minutes. They keep on for no reason as well. How is GU? GU's bearish to me, bro. Got 2 after the day. I'm done now. Fair play, bro. Fair play. Will the monthly stats go up? Yeah, bro, we can do. I mean, we stopped sort of doing them because that was for the earlier service, and we just wanted to basically prove what we could do, which has been proved now. So, but yeah, we can do it again. Okay, I think they actually appealed that. Dubs in the TikTok. Everyone double tap the TikTok live, boys. What did you get 2R on Vision? Chat, who's got any limits placed? I'm still liking the look of GJ and EU. EU may not come back for a re-entry, but if we do, then this DTO would be ideally where we get him. Sorry, this order block just below the DTO. The RR is going to be slightly worse than this other trade here, but difference between 5-1 and 4-1, so it's not a massive difference. So I do still think re-entries could be nice, man. I do still like the look of re-entries. I posted on profit section of the Discord. Yeah, nice. 0.5 risk. Lovely. Lovely sell off there, bro. Yeah, bang him. Perfect DTO entry there. Lovely. Love to see that, bro. Love to see that. We can see that people are learning from these post-London streams. If you lot don't know, I do always do a post-London stream with the mentorship students. And we basically go over what we've seen and what was best to trade it. And as we say, we start off with a higher time frame. You get your bias on the daily and the 4 hour. So I'm assuming you was looking for sells. After we look for sells, we either look for ALG sells or DTO sells. So I'm assuming you got on those DTO sells, which is nice. 2 bags, half risked. I'm assuming that looked like it made what, like 4R or something. So 2k. Half, so you must be on a 100k account as well. That's nice, man. I have a limit set on EJ at 50% of the 30-minute FVG. Pill not approved. Sick. 50. Bear in mind that hasn't actually foamed yet. We do have 2 minutes left though, so yeah, it should foam. 50% of that, fair play. Price is dropping a little bit in volume now. Again, we can look for a similar thing on this with the OTE. If we don't come up any higher. Sorry, come down any lower. Yeah, even EU's run out of a bit of volume right now. It's just, re-go over the news for today. We do have news at 1:30 and 3. Which is going to be both very important news. To be fair, retail sales won't be that much month on month, won't be that important, but obviously whenever a Fed chair speaks, you want to fucking make sure that you're not in any trades. Yeah, 100k account, lovely. Lovely stuff. Go on the 15-minute, there is a demand on EU. I'm assuming you're talking about this level here. Fair play. I mean, I just think we're in a downtrend right now, so I think that really isn't going to play. If it does play out, I think all it's really going to do is just induce the market higher. So induce us higher into the entry to then move again. If we put on the actual volume for the day as well. We do actually have a few low volume nodes really. We low-key have a kind of a low volume node here. Not massively, but lower volume. And then also we have one up here. So these points of low volume, boys, are the areas that price is going to reject off of. So price isn't going to want to remain in these low volume areas for a long period of time. You can see as soon as they come into these low volume areas, they just move straight past it. So you can see here on this low volume area, as soon as we tap in, we get rejection, or we'll just run straight through it, or below it, or again get rejection. And again on here, we'll either just reject it or run straight through it. We're not going to get areas like this, for example, where we actually just chop up and down and accumulate. We're not going to get that on that fair value gap. Sorry, on the low volume area, because price doesn't want to trade there for a long period of time. So if we do trade up into this low volume area, we're more than likely to see a quick move, whether that be up and then down again, or whether that should be a straight rejection. What we're unlikely to see, as we said, is price actually consolidate around that area. Let's actually look for them on GJ as well. We can have a look on GJ and EJ, but we'll see if there's any nice confluences. So yeah, we do have really just have high volume area here. So price is going to want to trade within that. Not really much, to be fair, to gauge on GJ. Let's have a look at EJ. Yeah, we can definitely see that the volume shifted more to the upside. If we look at how the actual days played out yesterday and today, if we look, the point of control was here, which is the point where there's the most volume. And then also this right here, which is the value area. So for the value area high to the value area low, this is where majority of the volume was expended yesterday. And you can see what's quite interesting is if we highlight that, just highlight that real quick. If we highlight that real quick, what we can see interestingly about today is that the value area is clearly shifted higher. So price was previously finding balance at this lower point, and now when we come into the new day, which starts here, you see we actually get a very low volume here and very high volume here. So you can see the high volume is here, and the low volume on the previous day, which was here, is now in completely opposite spots. So what you can really see, essentially, chat, is the value area shifting, and essentially where participants are willing to get in has shifted higher, which is definitely good for higher prices. As we said previously, there was a lot of volume in this area and not a lot here. And then the next day opens, we see a rejection of this. So where there was previously a lot of volume, the market is no longer willing to trade within. So instead we push up into this area, which previously had no volume or very low volume, and now volume's picking up in this area, which shows that traders or institutions are really less likely to want to return to this area and more likely to just continue trading up here, because we can see the value area shifting. So the higher volume has shifted from here to this higher point, low volume has shifted from here to this lower point. So yeah, it's definitely good for buyers of this market. EU and GU all for sell because already mitigated the 4-hour up zone. Yeah, I'm looking for sells personally, bro. Which volume indicator is that? Thank you. I've been looking for that volume indicator. That volume indicator right here, this is called the session volume profile. So it's just a candle style. You got obviously bars, volume, you got bars, line, whatever you want, where you can obviously change it to a line chart and shit. So it's just the volume one down here, session volume profile, as you can see. So I just have that at the top so I can switch between the two. But it's really helpful for knowing sort of what's going on. If you look at GU as well, let's see if we can see any similarities between EU, any low volume areas. So again, we've got a low volume area here clearly. Got a low volume area there. So we should expect price to reject off of these areas and not want to stay there for a long period of time. You can see, yeah, when we go into the chart candles, we can see price taps into that low volume area, straight away rejected. So if you can spot these low volume areas, boys, they're really good for seeing where price should actually reject off of. So really, we do have kind of a low volume area here, not massively, but we do have a sort of gap in volume there as well. So yeah, there are a few points that we can look for. There are a few points we can look for. I'm actually going to get rid of the extend. But yeah, on the current day, I don't think we really have much more to look at on GJ. Just see that the value area is shifting higher, so we are expecting price to go higher. Also, actually, just going to highlight underneath that value area low. So I want that value area to stay on the chart right here. Again, this is where majority of volume is. So price is likely to reject this area if it gets down to it. Yeah, so if we do manage to break past that, price is more than likely to reject it. You can see whenever we do get below these areas, the market is pretty swift at pushing them back in. Currently on a losing streak of 4 trades. How do I deal with that? You just got to stay consistent, bro. Keep journaling, see what's going on. Make sure you keep your risk at the same point. You don't want to get scared. And reduce your risk and just keep trading, bro. 4 losing streaks, not the end of the world. With 1 win or 2 wins, you'll get yourself out of that. And you never know, your next 3 trades may be 3 winners in a row. If you got your win rate and you know the stats of your strategy, then you'll be absolutely fine, bro. You already got the data to back it up. What happens if you pass before minimum trading days? And you got to do the minimum trading days, bro. You just got to place a trade on that day. Do you also trade futures? I don't really trade futures, bro. I sold EU in Asia. I passed my phase 1 in 1 trade, but the shit thing is 3 minimum trading days. Yeah, that's cool, bro. You just got to place a few trades on, obviously, well, trade tomorrow, trade the day after that. To be fair, you probably got a few. Yeah, 3 minimum, yeah. So yeah, it's not the end of the world, bro. Worse things could have happened. You could have fucking blown the account in 1 trade, so that is jarring, but at least it's passed, man. At least it is passed. So we're getting that rejection continuing. See if we get closed below this fair value gap. I was 1 trade off losing my challenges, now won 5% today and yesterday. GU buy and EU sell. That's what I'm saying, bro. Literally that, Dan. Literally, bro. It's a matter of just staying consistent to your strategy and you will be sweet. You will be absolutely fine. Yeah, hopefully the end basket can come for that retracement. We've just made complete equal lows on this low here. So if we can induce this and start pushing up, that'll be really nice. We can push up a little bit and then continue down after. You can see the OTE there. So if we push up into this and then we get that next sell-off, that'll be lovely for GJ. So I think that's the most likely for the rest of the day, to be honest, is these GJ buys. So I'm going to be still keeping my eye out for these for sure. Small lot sizes, you only have to trade. Yeah, that's it, bro. Sold at 638. TP was at 622. Wait, it must have been a bit better. It must have been more than that, bro. Yeah, it must be. That's like 1.2 pips, bro. I'm assuming you typed that in wrong. It's like a pip. Yeah, looks like we are about to invert this. We've got 30 seconds left of the candle. What's your idea behind shorts? Basically, we was looking for shorts yesterday, bro, as well, but it was just a little bit too early. So we obviously had this big rejection on Friday, where we obviously pumped quickly to take out this high and then rejected again. So this was fundamentally led as well. So we knew that we could actually trust the move. First, we pumped when the straight was being opened, and they shortly closed it again and started essentially G-checking other ships. So that's why we got that big dump on market close. Traders was also mitigating themselves over the weekend, as that was quite bearish news. So people sort of panic sold. And the idea was, well, if something even worse happens over the weekend, if they actually shoot down a significant ship or something like that, then price is obviously going to dump quite a bit more. We basically wanted to put ourselves at a decent price. Bear in mind, last week's open was all the way down here. So last week's open was like here, and then last week's close was here. So we didn't want to close up here. We wanted to push us slightly closer to the open just to mitigate that. And now I think we're just going to be pushing even closer towards that open. We wanted sells yesterday after price filled this opening gap, and we thought we could get some nice sells come through. But that didn't happen. We wanted a bit more of a retracement. We then filled this 4-hour IFVG. And then we got the sell-off eventually that we wanted. So yeah, I'm just looking for price to continue to sell off, and I'm looking to really target last week's open, which is down here. So I do think price is going to continue about down to there. Again, depending on if we have any massive fundamental news come out. Right, I've inverted this. We're probably going to retest it. I don't know if anyone's jumping on shorts from here. If GJ pushes above this value area, again, we should really see rejection of it. No trades for me, but we'll watch the market till 11. Fair play, bro. There is news, retail sales coming at New York Open. Yeah, I mean, retail sales shouldn't do too much, but yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Definitely something to consider. Anyone getting in on that retest, though, let me know, chat. Anyone looking to get in on that? Seeing a lot of entries, man. It does look mad tempting. Mate, so many of these positions look tempting to me. That's why I'm really... Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm massively in two minds today. I'm massively in two minds. Main reason being is we are below the DTO. So if I look to enter, I do want it to be of one of two of my strategy. Either ALG or DTO. So these are the four setups that we really trade. ALG buys, ALG sells. And DTO buys, DTO sells. We want to have a higher time frame bias first, which for us today is sells. And then look for that. Obviously, ALG is not going to happen now. We're miles past that. So all we can really look for is the DTO move, which is where we obviously get price distribute away, then return to the DTO, and then get the sell. So if we look at the DTO is actually all the way up here. So we could get price return to that and then sell off. That would be nice. But it does look like the market's going to sell off earlier than that, which does break one of my rules. So yeah, it's not ideal. Let me quickly mark on the DTO here. Let me mark on the prior day DTO. You can see we normally will always return to that DTO. True, but nothing wrong with putting 0.5% onto the market. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's only a small amount of risk, really, isn't it? You reckon both GJ and EJ can continue higher? Yeah, bro, I do. I do think that. Bear in mind, the yen's still got a decent bit to trade into. Let me quickly dot this. We've still got we've still really got this low to trade into. If we're looking at the high and the low of the range, we've got this as our range high. This is our range low. That is our internal liquidity. This 4-hour order block. Then this is our external liquidity. So we should be heading from this order block down to this external low. Obviously, already made the main bit of the move. So we just want that last little bit of the move to complete, which is the bit that we're obviously trying to catch. And it's actually a decent amount it's still got to go. If we look at EJ, in terms of its all-time high, we are still 73 pips away. GJ, we are still... This isn't GJ's all-time high, to be fair, but we still are from the current, most recent high, about 100 pips away. So there's definitely still room to move higher if we can get an actual nice entry point. I'm on sell, but I'm literally shaking. What are you selling, bro? What are you selling, bro? Bro's shaking. Oh. Bro's literally shaking. Again, though, man, like we always say, if you just got the right daily bias, DTO and ALG will always provide you the right sells or the right buys. Oh, mate, I need to stretch, bro. Wait, whenever I go to the gym late, I fucking feel so stiff in the morning. It should really be the opposite, though, innit? Should really be the opposite to that. We saying on the YouTube chat. I've learnt to love the L's. Come on, bro. And we sweat Friday high on EU. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for sells on EU. Look, you want to stretch my legs, but I know I'm just going to end up booting over my monitor or something. Oh, fucking hell, man. Again, keep on fucking... You on shorts on EU? Yeah, bro, I'm on shorts on EU. I'm in longs, fair play. Wow, full port. And we hit 50% fib retracement, full port. Bro's full porting, fair play. Fair play. I mean, it's very brave here. Very brave here. I'm on sales, literally shivering. Shivering timber from the market is crazy work. What do you mean shivering timber? Oh, what, you're actually shaking? Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, you should never be that scared of the market. At the end of the day, you're in control. If you don't want to get in, don't get in. You should never be, like, shaking after you jump in a trade. It should just be a matter of following your trading plan. Right, yen basket pushing up decently now. Okay, nice. Right, we're getting price come down a little bit. This is what we want, boys. This is what we want. It's one of our signal traders, bro. So we do have one extra signal trader in the chat. Mainly trades EU. And yeah, this was his sell here. As you can see, that was the previous trade from yesterday. And then this is the trade from today. EU short. Current market price entry. As you can see there. At 8.41. And if you look at the price at 8.41, it was up here. So that was the entry. Stop loss was decent stop loss, to be fair. Decently big stop loss. And then obviously TP on the prior day low. Bro's on the 1 minute time frame. Let's quickly check the news, see if anything's coming out. Appeal not approved. Sick. What's up? What you saying, Playgo? How you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream, everyone. Everyone drop a like on the stream, man. Apex needs a YouTube. Yeah, for real, bro. For real. I could get him on some vids, to be fair. I enter off 10 second time frame. Holy Chad. I'll be real, I don't even look at the chart. I just enter off pure vibes. Lou, what would you do if Jim Skin ate your breakfast at your desk while ruining your GeoGuessr rank, and then opens up pickled onion monster munch, then downed a Red Bull and burps loudly? Bit of a weird question there, Mehmet. But what would I do if Jim Skin ate my breakfast at my desk? To be fair, I'd be pretty pissed off he's eating my breakfast, but I would be a little bit starstruck the fact I've just seen Jim Skin. For some reason he's at my gaff. Don't know what he's doing at my gaff. I don't have a sister or anything, so God knows what he's actually doing here. Maybe he's seen me on live. So yeah, I'll let him eat my breakfast. I mean, he does get like 10k views on a live, so I'll actually firm a breakfast for that. Ruining my GeoGuessr rank. I actually don't play ranked on GeoGuessr. I think the whole thing's ranked, but I don't even care about my GeoGuessr rank. I'm here for pure fun. So he can ruin my rank. Nothing wrong with that. But then we get on to the next part. Opens up a pickled onion monster munch, then downs a Red Bull and burps loudly. Now, don't really know what's gotten into him. I can imagine he really doesn't like anything kind of out there tasting, like monster munch pickle onion. So that'll just throw me straight off. I'll probably have to get Tocker on the phone. I'll get T-Tocker on the phone. Tocker, mate, your brother's doing it again. He's fucking eating them monster munch at my desk. Tocker will come through the door, grab him by the scruff of the neck, drag him out. They'll probably have a tear up outside my front garden. Then after they've had a tear up, we'll probably all be pals again, all make friends, and I'll teach him how to trade. We'll full port an account. I'll make him probably between 2 and 3 mil. And yeah, and then after that, we'll just be chilling, probably eat some digestives. I will have to make them sugar digestives though. For one, you actually can't buy real sugar like real what do they call them? Sugar-free digestives. They're gonna have to be the Snide brand. I don't like Snide brand biscuits. They're never the same. So we'll have to give him full fat sugar digestives. And he also did sort of intrude on my office and my desk and actually started pissing about. So yeah, I've got to actually get him back in some way. So I will be doing him 2.5 sugar full digestives. And I might actually sprinkle a bit of sugar on top as well and just let him marinate in, just to actually make sure I've definitely won that exchange. And yeah, after that we'll probably just be chilling, bro. I've been watching, brother. Keep going strong. Come on, bro. Appreciate you, brother. Check EJ, GJ. Fucking hell, holy yen basket. Yeah, nice. We want us to continue down. We are trading, as we said, at the value area right now. So this is the point where there's most volume. So we're most likely price is going to want to trade within that because we see it as fair pricing. Whereas this lower point, markets don't see this as fair pricing anymore. You can see yesterday we had very high volume at that point, which meant that yesterday the market saw this as a fair price to trade at. They didn't mind chopping up and down, buying, selling within this region. Now you can see there's no volume in this area. So traders no longer see this as fair value and they don't want to buy or sell at this area and would rather see price trade within here. As you can see, vice versa. Yesterday, this was too expensive and seen as not fair pricing, so we didn't want to get involved here. Now this morning, we've got decently high volume, so price is going to want to remain into here. As soon as it wicks down, we're most likely going to reject it pretty quick, as we do when we come out of the value area and into these low volume points. So, yeah. I do still think buyers are looking good, man. Just got to wait for that move to continue. Did anyone get in on that move there? I didn't get in. I faded a lot of positions today, chat. I'm not even going to lie to you. Alright, Josh has just sent something to the loyals. You any 2 secs, bro? Any other questions, boys? Let me know in the comments, man. A lot of people don't use volume in their trading, which is mad. I mean, it's such an easy tool. It's there for you to use, so I don't know why people don't use it. Something interesting that I've noticed through trading volume as well is we do often get our point of control very close to the daily true open. So here's the daily true open there. You can see the point of control is often very, very close to it. And then we saw the same thing. I don't think you can really see that on TikTok. This here. There you go. And then same this morning where we saw the value, the point of control here. So the point of control, chat, is where there's the most volume spent out of any point in price currently. And then obviously we've got the DTO here. So very close together again. Which is obviously why we do tend to get a lot of rejections from that point. What is the indicator? It's not an indicator, bro. It's just a tool on TradingView. It's just a chart tool. But I'll tell you what, if you lot do not know how to trade that and you do want to learn how to trade that, I'm going to send a link in the chat right now. All you got to do is just book a call with me and I can explain that for free, boys. I can jump on a call with you for 20 minutes, half hour, and just explain that to you in detail. You're really missing a trick if you're not using it, boys. But I've just dropped a link in the chat so you can go read that. My volume looks different to yours. Can you change the settings? Yeah, bro. As I said, just book a call with me, man. I just dropped a link just above your comment. And yeah, we can jump on the phone and I'll go through the settings. I can go through how I trade it, how I build it into my strategy. I do have YouTube videos on the volume, on basically how to trade volume with ICT concepts. But yeah, I definitely recommend just booking a call, man. I can explain it to you in a lot more detail. Get rid of this real quick. We did tap into the OT, to be fair, on this. See the euro weaker right now. Right, nice. We're getting what we want from GJ as well. We do want the yen basket to have a nice retracement. Yes, Lou, how are you, bro? DTO was the play today. 100%, bro. As I say, man, what I always say, with the strategies we teach, you're always going to get the best entries. If you know about the ALG setup and the DTO setup, you're always going to get a trade on the day. So first you need a daily bias, which we teach. And once you've discovered what that is, so for us today, it was sells. We had a bearish daily bias off of this IFEG. We wanted sells, so that was our daily bias. Cool, we're looking for sells. We'll then look for either ALG sells, this setup, or DTO sells, this setup. And again, if you want to book in a call, I can tell you what that is a bit more in depthly. Just dropped a link in the chat. But essentially, there's three main important points of the London session. You've got the Asia high and the Asia low. This is a very good liquidity point. As the Asia session tends to accumulate, London session tends to manipulate. So Asia high and low, very important level. And then the other important level is the daily true open. This is our premium and discount zone for the day. 5 AM for London and 12 o'clock for New York. This is the point we're looking for. We want to see price distribute away, come back, and then we execute on our entry. And there's obviously a few different ways you can actually get into that trade, as I do break down a little bit more. If you do want to book a call, and I can just go through literally these 4 setups for you, explain first of all how I find a daily bias, and then obviously these 4 setups. So like I said, boys, just book in a call, man. It's absolutely free to book in a call. I've just dropped it in the chat, so you may as well book in if you are trying to learn a little bit more about how to trade the London session. Then if we look at the market today, if I pull on a blank EU chart and clear all this out, that was nice, to be fair. You did get that move last week that I was looking for. But let me get rid of everything now. If we look at where the DTO actually is, and we replay it back to the start of 7 AM, which is when we trade. So this is where the DTO comes in most importantly, boys. So the DTO is right here. I'll quickly give you a bit of an idea of how to trade it. DTO is right here. Now this is why it's important to have a daily bias, because you can see we swept the Asia low, right, which is another one of our really important points. So we could potentially be looking at buyers, but this is why we don't look at this and decide what to do. We look at the daily bias first, have a daily bias, and then we go for what we're going to do. So we're already looking at sells. So therefore, we're not interested in this sweep Asia low and then buy, because this is a buy setup. We're looking at sells only, right? So we're looking at either sweeping Asia high and then selling, or running away from the DTO and then selling. Either way, we're looking at sells and the ALG. So either Asia high or DTO is what we're interested in, right? So either the Asia high sweep or the DTO, one of the two, and then that'll be our trigger to actually look to get into the trade. So we're going to mark on those 2 points and then wait basically for price to either sweep this and then sell off, or for price to distribute away from this, return, and then sell off. With our strategies, you're always going to get the best entries for London. But you can see here, so if we look on the 1 minute, price has run away and now it's just returned. So you could enter there really, or you can wait for another move away. So for example, here again, you can see price moves away from it. So you just want price to return. Again, price distributing away, free tap, and then you want to get the move. So at this point, you could put your sell. Now you can have your stop loss either above this high. I would recommend to have it a little bit higher, above these highs here. And then I would probably just aim for this low on the DTO. Obviously, as we said, we're aiming for a bit more on this. We do think that there's more that we can get out of it. But I'm just giving you a brief overview of how our strategies really work. And then you can see, yeah, price taps in. And eventually we get the move. But if you're just focusing on, purely just focusing on the DTO for your entries, or the Asia high and low for your entries, you're always going to get the best entry. You are literally always going to get the best entry. GU lagging. I'll have a look at GU in a sec, bro. What would you not place a trade until 11 or 12? Yeah, till 12, bro, really. But yeah, that's why we say, if you're wondering what we mean by DTO as the play, that's what we mean. If you look at the London session, we're always either going to move off the DTO or off the Asia high or low. All the time, that's what will happen. So all you got to do, have a higher time frame bias. So again, for us, we was looking at sells from this. It hasn't got to be a crazy complicated higher time frame bias. We just had this IFEG here on the 4 hour. So we wanted price to sell from the from the IFEG down to this external low. All right, very simple. So we literally just wanted price to move from here down to here, just in a bearish move, essentially, right? Is all we really wanted. And as we said, after we established that, we either look for the Asia high for sells or the DTO for sells. We never made it to the Asia high, so we sell off the DTO instead after we move down, return, and then obviously, yeah, that's the trade right there. That is the trade right there, chat. So, and this is our trade where we're aiming for slightly more. There's different ways you can actually catch it, but why do you get restricted? Nah, bro, it's because I'm reading 2 chats, so they think that I'm not really responding to my TikTok. I am, but obviously I'm responding to my YouTube a bit more. TikTok, if you are watching on TikTok, boys, you can go watch my YouTube stream. We've got the best com around there. We've got about 120 man in the live right now. You can see full screen, full face cam, everything like that. So defo better to tune in on YouTube. We've got a lot of serious locked-in traders over there as well, so you can see what other people are looking at a bit more. Chat's very active over there. Yeah, I'm not in on this re-entry here, chat. I'm not in on this re-entry. This sell here was also sent into our signal chat, this main sell. This one here. We've still got a pretty big target left to go. We're still aiming for about another 30 pips, so yeah, we've got a way to go. Right, nice. The end basket's still continuing up, which is what we want. We want GJ to continue down. Hopefully tap into our 5-minute imbalance. Personally, I didn't get the DTO this morning. Missed my entry. Banging trade though. Yeah, defo, bro. Defo. I mean, as I said, man, if you're using ALG and DTO, you're gonna always know what's going on. And if you combine that with your volume as well, mate, you're going to be profitable in no time. I'm giving you the 2 setups you need. Literally, boys, all you need, I'm telling you, is the ALG and the DTO. And then you just need to get kind of good at finding a higher time frame bias, and then you'll make money. It's really that simple. Again, on GJ, or let's even use a different pair, because we've looked at GJ Bears already. Let's look at EJ. So what do? We essentially establish a bias. Right, so let's go back to when the day started at 7. So we establish a bias. As we said, the end basket is bearish, so we was looking at buyers on EJ. Right, we was looking for buyers yesterday, and we're looking still for buyers today. I think everyone's looking for buyers on JPYs, like we're not stupid. So we're looking for buyers, right, on EJ. And this is the beauty of trading. Once you start trading the way that we trade, boys, is that that's it. That's now everything else is done for you. Once you decide your buyers, which can be very easy, everyone was really looking for buyers. That was the easy part. You probably looked at this thinking, right, definitely buyers, which is the easy part, but where are we actually getting in? And this is what I'm saying. So now you go to your thing. Okay, our daily bias is buyers. So cool. Now we're either looking for ALG buyers, where we sweep the Asia low and buy, or DTO buyers, where we distribute away from the DTO, come back, retest, and then we buy. Okay, so then we go to EJ. We mark out those relevant points. So we've got the DTO here. And we've got the ALG here. Sorry, the Asia low here. So basically at this point, we're either looking for one of 2 things, or you're just waiting for it now. You already know what you're looking for. You're either waiting for price to sweep the low and then have the move, or you're waiting for price to distribute away from the DTO, retap, and then move. Right, one of those 2, and then if we look at what price actually does, if we go on a bit of a lower time frame, you can see price sweeps out the low. And then obviously you wait for your confirmation. So we waited for a 5-minute market structure shift, for example. You can see that's the Asia low swept. Wait for our confirmation. We got our confirmation there. And then we're valid to get into the trade wherever you want to get in. at the order block at the 50%, whatever you want to do. And then obviously buying up to the Asia high. So I didn't get in this one personally. You man saw I was looking at GJ, which we got bullshitted out of. But you can see, there you go. And that would have been your ALG trade. So you can see, regardless of what you're really seeing, you're always going to get the ALG or the DTO come through. As long as you get the higher time frame bias right, you're always going to have a way to actually get into the trade. Which is why the ALG and DTO is by far the best way to trade. Like, you can literally use that for any pair, boys, on any day for the London session. And look, if either the ALG or the DTO come through, it'll be 9 times out of 10 ALG or DTO comes through. As I said, it's just about having a good gauge on the higher time frame, a good gauge on stuff like volume, and then so you got your bias and you just enter the trade. It's that simple. So yeah. When I say look at things such as volume, boys, what I mean is if we look at the volume profile from yesterday. So let me quickly explain this, boys, because I might as well explain it quickly. As I said, I've just dropped a link in the chat if you want to either book a call to talk about one of our strategies, if it's confusing you a bit, or if you just want me to explain the volume indicator for you a little bit, how to use it, and how you can make your trades 10 times as accurate. It's as simple as this, boys. So let me explain to you the 4 points, or the 3 points we got. All right, so we've got the volume curve. Right, this is how much volume is spent at each point. So the higher it is, there's higher volume. The lower it is was low volume, right? Very simple. That's actually your volume curve. Then we've got 3 lines. The yellow line, this is our value area high and value area low. So now this tells us that 70% of the volume of that given day was spent within here. So we know that this is the main range that we want to notice. 70% of the volume was there. And then this orange line is now the point of control. So this is where the most volume was spent. Of any one point was here. So now we've got the curve where we see how much volume's there. We've got the value area where 70% of the volume is. And we've got the point of control where the most volume was. So you get a decent sort of image of what actually went on yesterday. Where traders were willing to get in and where they faded. So we obviously, outside of the value area, are areas that we typically fade. And areas inside the value area is where people tend to get in. All right. Now we can actually see what we saw on the yesterday and today. Is if we look at the value area, we've got the value area was here, right? And I'll actually just highlight that for you. We've got the value area here. So this is where the most volume was spent, right? And then obviously we saw very low volume amounts spent. Yeah, this is a different color, green or something. Then we saw very low levels of volume spent here. All right. So there you go. That's the first thing. Low volume here, high volume here. But then how do we actually take that into account based on the next day? So if we look at this next day, now where do you notice the value area is? So now the value area is here, right? Which means 70% of the volume was actually so far today spent within this little box here, this area here. So we know what, and obviously we've got low volume below that point, right? So low volume here. So now what we can actually gauge from this market is essentially, previously price wanted to trade within here and fade higher prices. But now, after today's opened, you can see this old value area is now being faded and people are rather getting in at higher points. So we're getting more volume, more basically people getting in and out at the higher point that was previously rejected. So this shows us that the market makers, or whatever you want to call them, institutions, intend on pushing price higher and trading higher. Because previously, we didn't want to get in these areas. We wanted to get in here. Now, we don't want to get in here because it's seen as too low. And we'd rather get in here. This is seen as more fair pricing. So essentially, the fair value range has been pushed up. Yesterday, market participants saw this is a fair value range. So it's fair. It's a fair price. People are willing to sell. People are willing to buy, all within this range. And now people aren't, and they're willing to buy and sell at this higher point, which shows that we believe that the true accurate price and the fair value range is here. So this is actually a fair point in price. So it shifted up from yesterday, which shows obviously bullish intent, which could be your final piece of analysis to actually get into buys. So even just knowing a small thing like that could be your final piece of the puzzle to actually get into those longs. So it's really important as something to consider. If you're like maybe basically there, but you're just missing a few things, then it's probably if you add in volume, yeah, it's probably going to push you over that edge of profitability. It's just a whole nother world of trading to look into. But as I said, man, if you want to learn more about that, just book in a call, boys. I've got time to sit on calls with you if you do want to learn a little bit more about the volume. So yeah, boys, if you have booked in a call, then I will see you there. As I said, it's in the chat, so just if you want to get on the phone, boys, no worries. Enter DJ longs to pass my account. Nice. What is ALG and D? What is DTI and ALG? I'll be real, bro. Just click that link above where your comment was and just book in a call, bro. I can explain that to you on the phone. Yeah, it'd be quite long to explain them both again on here. I have kind of explained them already a few times, so. Are you back testing unemployment at its finest? No, I'm not back testing, bro. Get a job, bro. It's kind of ironic. Kind of ironic. You're literally watching my stream. I think maybe you should get a job. I'm actually making money through trading. It's what I do for a job. Is trading. Been doing it for about 3-4 years now, full time. I think maybe you should get a job. Or lock in with trading. One of the two. Yeah, yen basket really should have a little bit more room to push up into, I think. Still got this imbalance to push up to. Let me actually make this a bit lighter. So I do think we can still really push higher on the yen basket. I think GJ should really push down a little bit more. Feel that imbalance now, though. Wait for the candle close. We've got 11 minutes till the candle close, boys. Still got the CRT candle formed for both EJ and GJ. So we still should trade into this candle's higher. Guys, after watching The Wolf of Wall Street, be like... I'm not gonna lie, bro. This is like far from what I was doing on Wolf of Wall Street. This is far from what I was doing there, bro. We are waiting for you to throw us a kettle. What do you mean, bro? What's your opinion? Give job. What's your opinion on UJ? Definitely bullish, bro. I mean, it's kind of difficult right now because the dollar is bullish, which is why I don't really trade UJ. The dollar's bullish. The yen's bearish. So right now, it only makes pure sense to buy it. But I don't normally trade it because normally the yen, well, recently the yen's been kind of weak and the dollar's been weak. But now the dollar's actually strong. It does make sense to try and look for buys. It's just one of those things though, boys, where there's such dominant pairs. If the yen is weak and the dollar is strong, the price just absolutely runs. Like, it doesn't really give any good retracements. You can see even here, I mean, only real way there was to enter. I suppose you still did get ALG on this. Again, boys, the strategy, if you're looking for these two strategies, no matter what pair you're looking at, you are going to get entries. So again, if we look at the ALG, you can see we swept the Asia low, got an imbalance made, tapped into this imbalance and then ran. So that was your entry there if you're trading it. Then your other entry here. Do you guys know Life of 100x? Yeah, bro, I see him on Instagram. Well, TikTok mainly. I think he's got fucking loads of dough, I'm pretty sure. I think he trades crypto though, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's a crypto investor. What are you saying, Bilal? How you doing, brother? Yes, this is Wall Street. We get on every day and full port with unks. Yeah, we find a stock that's just like, by the time it's in the Wall Street Journal, it's too late. And the only problem you'll have is that you didn't buy more. What are you saying, Bilal? What time range do you mark out the Asia range? I'm midnight till 7 a.m. So yeah, ours is from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. 1 a.m. to 7. I'm looking for an entry on UJ at 50% of the engulfing on the 4 hour. 50% of this candle. I think we'll do well to come all the way down to that. Hopefully we can. Fair play. Yeah, to be fair, you're probably best off going off the DTO at that point, bro. To be honest. DTO's there. Do you do gold? Yeah, bro. Good you. I joined like 1 month later. Like, wait, what do you mean? What did you... You was gone for a bit. Miss your content. Come on, bro. You should be tuning in every day, man. Welcome to the fucking com. Welcome back to the com. We are going to be doing dual streams very soon, boys. Well, not dual streams, but where there's two of us streaming from the office. So the streams are going to get a lot more fun to watch and interactive to watch. Right now, we are mainly just focusing on trading, but yeah, we're going to try and improve these these lives as much as we can, boys. Creatures of the night. Alright, mate, thanks for your advice. No worries, Vision. Yeah, if you are trading, boys, this is the best com to be in. We are live every single day. Everyone drop a like on the video if you're rating the streams, man. New office. Yeah, bro, we've got a new office that we're moving into very soon. We're going to kit it the fuck out. It's going to look active. And these streams are going to be unbelievable. Chat, what's a good streaming camera? Like a wide lens camera? Louis mates together. Office nearly done. Nearly, brother. Very nearly done. Keep my self-control. See what UJ wants to do. Let me quickly get rid of these levels just for now. Just about tap 50%. I personally still think we should come up a little bit on the M basket. I think we're most likely going to trade up a little bit more into this order block and then get the sell-off. So I do still think GJ buys are on the cards. I do still think we could potentially push below here and then get that buy. So I'm still looking at, chat. Are left-handed traders better or worse? Someone says categorically worse. Nah, I don't know, bro. Probably. I mean, what are you actually doing being left-handed? To be fair, though, being left-footed makes you a better football player, so it might actually make you a better trader. I'll have to confirm on that. Maybe I'll trade with my left hand for like a week or something. See if it actually goes well. See if any news has come out in these last few minutes, boys. Procter & Gamble named America's most innovative household products company by Fortune. What the fuck is that, Procter & Gamble? Oh, P&G. Oh, Ariel, Aussie. Oh, they just own cleaning companies. Wow, these lot literally own every single cleaning company. Holy shit, boy. Look at that, the illusion of choice. Holy illusion of choice. These man... Bro. You guys want to talk about the banking conglomerates controlling the world, bro. I'm talking about the fucking... I'm talking about the washing up liquid conglomerates. Look, these lot own Gillette, they own Vicali, they own Vicks, they own Always, they own Ariel, they own Bold. Bro, they own Bold 2-in-1. They own fucking Daz, Fairy Liquid, Febreze, Fixodent, Flash, Head and Shoulders, Lenore, Olay, Oral-B, Pampers. Bro, these lot own everything. These are the ones that are really controlling the world, chat. Trust me. And they've just been named the most innovative company in America. Not really too sure what is innovative about any of those companies. They all pretty seem like the exact same. Lou hates cookies. I actually love cookies. Look up GlaxoSmithKline. GSK. What is this? It's another company. What do these lot do? Advancing this... Oh, okay. Cancer treatment. Let's have a look. Holy Trump, look. Fucking hell. This had an absolute Trump pump. This one had a Trump pump. Okay, the stock's been going for years, to be fair. Yeah, it's GSK. Oh, these lot have been around for a while. What have these lot actually ever done? What's the best thing GSK has done? 'Cause, I mean, they've been around for about 50 years. And they're making new all-time highs by the looks of it pretty soon. All-time high stock price is $75. Let's see what the best thing they've done is. Oh yeah, chat, something I was meant to put on the chart. We obviously have swept this monthly high as well. On both EU and GU. So we know we are trading at a bit of a premium right now. As you can see, that is the prior month low, which we swept. We are starting to move up off that. And then EU, you can see this is the prior month high. And GU, this is the prior month high. So we are still selling at a premium, man. So we do have definitely a lot to aim for, man. Obviously, if we look at the prior month low, if I draw that out, on EU and GU and the DXY. That really should be the target, or at least one of the targets. So you can see we are very discounted in terms of that range. We are right at the bottom of the range on DXY, so we should be looking for buyers. Same obviously for EU. We are right at the top of that range. Absolutely right at the top of the range, so we should again have a decent amount to sell down to. GU as well. As you can see, boys, we are right at the top of the range. So yeah, another reason why sales are more optimal. Do they own us? Then why did you click reject all cookies? Oh, them type of cookies. Yeah, I don't like them cookies. Always reject them cookies, bro. They're jarring. I'm going to be getting like fucking emails from like Pampers or something. Cool, GSK. I bought GSK at 14 quid. Fucking hell. Right, chat. We've got Warren Buffett in the chat right now. We've got Warren Buffett in the chat. So you bought this shit at $17. Odd pounds. I find that. How old are you, Russ? £14. Hang on. So $18 you bought it at. The most recent time it was at $18. Was here. So you bought it in 94. Is that what you're telling me, Russ? You bought it in 94? Chat, do we believe him, yes or no? I'm not going to lie, that sounds like cap. There's no way you bought this shit like 30 years ago. And I bought roll 27. Okay, so you bought this in 20. So you bought this about 5 years before you was born. And I bought Rolls Royce. Yeah, Rolls Royce is a naughty one. Fair play. Rolls Royce up like 1,000%. You bought Rolls Royce in COVID at £1. What? £1? Again, it never went to £1 during COVID. The lowest it's ever been is like £20 or $20. Now he talking shit. Look at GU, DTO. Oh, look at GTO, bro. Yeah, we've not got a lot of volume in the dollar right now. Since we had that pump this morning, price really has just been stagnating. Yen basket dumping. Fairs. Yeah, GU, if I was looking for a trade still, I'd be looking for price to push up into this 1 hour. Looking for GU to push into this 1 hour. And then get nice sell-off. Still be looking to hold this EU. Obviously, I'm not in this re-entry here. But if you don't like, it's probably going to tap in again, to be fair, if you did want to get in it. Warren Blaggett, more like. Warren Blaggett in the chat right now, but Rolls Royce at £1 and fucking bought a stock 5 years before he was born. Holy Warren Blaggett. My dad bought a lot of stocks when he was my age, still holding them. Most of them are tax-free since we had tax change in 2009 in Germany. You're reading the chart when the price is in pences. Wait, what? Sure I won't. Yeah, definitely not. Rolls Royce shares like £1,000 a piece now. Again, there's just so much insider trading that always goes on. Like, it's actually so bait, boys. It's actually so bait. Like, look at this, right? Rolls Royce is in a giga dump, right? Absolutely dumping with nothing stopping it, right? Absolutely dumping. We randomly here, in late 2020, start getting price holding. We get the first move up that we've had in 2 years. So in 2 years, we've fallen 90%. So in 2 years, we've lost 90% of its value. We then get a little pump, all right, randomly for a year. And then, suddenly, a few months later, we get the start of an absolute giga pump. And obviously, this is where everyone else starts to buy. But we see this push first. The insiders all get in. And then we actually have the pump a few months later. And then obviously all the retail traders join somewhere along this leg. Probably fucking right at the top, to be fair. Yeah, the Dubai real estate market's still pushing up as well. So we are looking at IMR as a stock to buy. IMR Properties is, in my opinion, a little bit undervalued compared to developments. So, yeah, I'm probably going to put some dough into this soon. I think the opportunity is definitely there. Bear in mind, all-time highs are like so reachable. As soon as this conflict is over, IMR's going to absolutely gigapump. You watch. It's just how much drawdown are you going to have to hold before price actually returns. I'll send you Snapchat. There's nothing you can possibly Snapchat. How did you buy a Rolls Royce for £1 fucking pound? It never even got that low. And how did you buy whatever it's called, GLC? What's it called? GSK. How'd you buy GSK 5 years before you was born as well? Like, what? Yeah, maybe the yen basket will keep dumping. What about... I was looking to buy this time ago. I think I probably still have some fucking dough in this. This is at a really nice price. This is at a fucking beautiful price. We're like 75% discount as well right now from all-time highs. To be fair, there's no... Yeah, I'm actually going to buy this soon. Bro, you're reading the price wrong. It's in P, not pound. I'm sure it's not. Am I bugging out, chat? Am I being an idiot right now? That's just not the price. Sorry, so that chart's blatantly wrong. Yo. Why does this chart... Is this... Bro, why does this chart say the price is $57? And then this one says it's 2,100, which is the actual correct price. Bro, what the fuck? This one says 21,000 as well. Bro, what the fuck? I'm so confused right now. I'm so confused. How the fuck... yeah, but I'll be real, boys. I've got no idea what's actually going on with this company, bro. What the fuck? Rolls-Royce at 1.1. Yeah, I'm fucking so confused about these prices. Why are they completely different depending on who you check? Why are they like completely and utterly different? It's like checking EU on one chart on Oanda and it's fucking 1.76, and then you check it on forex.com and it's like 10.10 or 10.5. That's literally completely and utterly different. That makes no sense. What the fuck? That genuinely doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Rolls-Royce, yeah, Rolls-Royce share price, yeah. 1,200, yeah. GBX, what the fuck? So that's in GBX, which is penny. And then, so what was the other one? Okay, so they're both in GBX. So, right now, if we fucking go back, mate, this is fucking so confusing. Why do they have to be so fucking confusing? Okay, now if we go back on that, so this is in pence, so $100. So $100 would be 1,000. Oh no, $1 you bought it for. So you did. Oh, okay. So you're an inside trader. You're an inside trader, are you? Okay. Re-enter in GU short. Yeah, bro. Once it gets to our level, we will be looking to re-enter on shorts. Yeah, lovely. That makes sense now. I don't know what it doesn't say GB. Okay, it does. Okay. Okay, fairs. It's a naughty buy then. And then GSK. Well, I can't remember what you said you got in GSK at. $18. Okay, this GSK is a shit one as well. Let's use the London Stock Exchange one. You said you got in GSK at what? What did you get in GSK at? $27. Oh wait, how much? Pound? You got GSK at £14. So 1,400. So you got in here. Yeah, nice. To be fair, they were nice buys on both. I stand corrected. I actually didn't know that it was in GBX. That makes a lot more. That makes a lot more sense now. To be fair. Yeah, yen basket actually dumped to that low. We actually haven't bottomed out yet. Bear in mind, last time we bottomed out was at 12 o'clock. And then we made a full return again yesterday. At 12 o'clock, we bottomed out. And then at 2:30 or 2:15, we actually had price made a high and then dropped again. So we're looking for that basically similar thing. So 2:15. If price can bottom out in 45 minutes and then make that high again, that'll be absolutely perfect. I do still think there's going to be opportunities left today, boys, for sure. Hello, friend. Did you have any trade? We've only got EU shorts in the signals right now, boys. Only EU shorts. Stop sell EU. What do you mean, bro? Why is that? Why is that, brother? Bought corn in at $66 as well. Okay, you've been doing your thing on there, haven't you? Okay, this is in USD as well, so this should be a lot easier to fucking actually find. What, $66? Yeah, nice, man. Fucking hell. Who even are Conin? What do these like even fucking do? Leading American multinational technology company specialising in specialty glass, ceramics and related materials. Fairs. Fair enough. Yeah, we should really look at stocks a little bit more, boys, just to shit to put our money into. I'm probably going to buy some stocks. The main thing I'm looking to buy is Xpeng. They make the glass Apple phones, old fairs. So I bet whenever they release a phone, or like a year before they release a phone, it's going to pump. I bought them when Apple made a partnership to move all the production into America. Oh yeah, that's clever. So you must be on this all the time then. You must be fully locked in. Yeah, there was the signal sent, by the way, boys. Yeah, you must be locked in. What else are you looking at right now? What are you looking at right now? Is DJ still a valid buy if you get a pull back to 80 for buy? To 80? Oh, 800. Yeah, bro, that's what I'll be looking for. As we said, man, we are pushing outside of the value area now. And price is going to want to remain within this area. So price is always going to be drawn into the area with the highest volume, as it's seen as fair pricing. And as we push above it, it's as we get sort of unfair pricing. So we do want price to remain within this. All we want is another test of the value area low and then price to continue. Obviously, that goes in line with what we want technically as well, with the move up, retracement, and then continuation. Exact same thing we saw yesterday in GJ. We got a lot of nice retracement to move up, nice retracement. And then again, we got a nice move up and then a nice retracement. So we're just looking for the same thing again. If you look at the yen basket, we can see yesterday, Asia liquidity sweep for the move down, retracement, and then move again. So this move again is what we're looking to catch on GJ. So again, we had a Asia high move, retracement, move again. So we just want that next big move again. So I do definitely think that's possible. If we look at the volume on this, surprised they're actually able to provide it. But we get the same thing. We've got a clear shift. So previously there was very high volume up here and very low volume here. Now we've got the opposite. Now price is unwilling to trade into this. It's unwilling to trade into that. And instead the value area is clearly shifted lower, which shows us that this previous area, which was considered undesirable and not fair value, is now considered fair value as we're trading into it, which means investors have established that the yen basket is obviously worth less and is more accurately priced if it's traded along this point. So we shouldn't really have a bigger reversal. We shouldn't really want to push up any higher than this. So if we can have a nice retracement, then I do think sells will be really nice on the yen basket, and therefore buyers on the likes of GJ. So again, we want a nice retracement, and then price to make that nice move to the upside. Stocks are easy money as soon as you have a bull run. Yeah, that's true. How much is lifetime signals and mentorship, bro? Tell you what, Els, send me a DM on wow, you've got the same name as me, Dub. I'll tell you what, look, I don't know if it's Lewis or Louis, but send me a DM on Discord, bro. Let me know what your Discord is, and I can send you a DM. And if you want, we can jump on a call after this live or something, just so I can go through it. I might be able to do you a deal as well, that can come with some one-to-one sessions with myself, just to sort of get you off on the best start. If you are looking to join a mentorship and signals, I fucking rate that. You're trying to take this game properly seriously. But yeah, send me a DM, bro, and I can actually do you a way better deal than probably what we have on there. I'll rate any trader that I can tell that's trying to actually take this shit seriously. When it's time to lock in, you just know. You just know it's time to lock in. But yeah, Els, let me know what your Discord is, bro. I've dropped you a follow on here, so you can message me on here. But let me know what your Discord is. IONQ is a quantum stock that could be a runner in the future, but it's risky. Depends how much you want to invest and what sort of portfolio you want. But if quantum computing takes off, could be big. IONQ. Fuck me, it's had a very good month. Wow, it's nearly up 100% on the month. That's crazy. What happened then on the 13th of April? So that must have happened over the weekend. What are they called? Quantum. Yeah, not a lot of volume in EUG right now. IONQ and University of Maryland expand QLab collaboration to advance quantum network. Okay, I don't know if it was that, but look at SNDK being a runner because of the demand of RAM for AI data centers. Oh yeah, I've heard about this. Been an absolute fucking giga runner. Absolute giga runner, bro. What the hell? Since Feb, it's up fucking like 300%. Jesus. You guys need to stop after booming these. You need to send them before they've ran, boys. Stop with the after booms. We want the actual entry, boys, not the after booms. Right, let's see what GJ does from here. Hopefully we can get the start of a pullback. UJ Schultz. Now, I wouldn't be looking for UJ Schultz, bro. Doesn't make sense for what we're looking for. The dollar's really strong. The yen's really weak. So UJ Schultz just don't make any sense. You want to look for UJ Longs and UJ Longs only, really. If we can pull back to the DTO, then I'd be looking to really long from that. can see, boys, for the last, like, what, 2.5 hours, there's been no movement at all on the dollar. The dollar's just stagnating. We are probably anticipating this news coming a bit later, at 1:30, or is it 1? Yeah, 1:30. Everyone drop a like on the stream if you haven't already, boys. Make sure you subscribed. If not, we are live every single day. What's GJ? GJ's GBP JPY, bro. And we are bullish on GJ. We're looking for buyers on that. Can you look at US 30? Yeah, give me a sec, bro. I'll look at US 30. Yeah, Els, let me know what your Discord is, bro, so I can send you a message. Dropped a message. Sorry, little long. Oh, sweet, bro. Wait, I don't think you... Did you drop me a message? I don't think you dropped me a message, bro. You didn't message me, bro. I think you must have messaged a fake account. If you messaged me... Where did you message me, bro? If it was on Discord and you've messaged a fake account. What does the meaning... What does DTO mean? Daily True Open, bro. DTO, so that's one of our main entry points is the DTO. Either the ALG strat or the DTO. One of these four will play out. Oh, on TikTok. Sweet, bro. I'll message you back on TikTok after the live. He's my life. No, rate that though, Els, man. You got to start taking it seriously at some point and just fully lock in. Once you do that, bro, mate. Once you lock in with that, Els, mate. Oh, God, mate. Just imagine where your life is in 6 months' time. When you lock in with a lifetime mentorship and signals, just think about where your life will actually be in 6 months' time. It's fucking crazy, bro. You're going to be living the fucking dream. I guarantee you'll be on holiday in 6 months. 6 months' time, it's going to be November. It's coming up. It's going to be coming up to November. Everyone else is going to be depressed, sad, working. You've actually locked the fuck in for the last 6 months. You'll be away probably somewhere in Thailand, just chilling in a balcony, looking over the sea. Probably spliffing one. Maybe not though, depending. Trading, jumping on the live streams, jumping on the pre-London, post-London. Trading in between. You're laughing, man. GU is still pushing up. It does look like we might get this re-entry. How far are we actually from the DTO? 7 pips from the DTO. See, EU's a decent way. EU's probably about 15 pips away from the DTO, yeah. 16 pips away from the DTO. EG, nice and bearish. Which shows that the Euro's obviously getting weaker while the pound is getting stronger. It was really weird, man. That spike was really weird. Really was weird. There was no news that I could see why the pound giga pumped. There was absolutely nothing. That was clearly just some type of injection. Some type of injection why the pound, sorry, not pumped, dumped. Pound dumped there. I don't know really at all what that was. Again, you can see that here. Now, if I just highlight the time. From what, 9 o'clock to 9:02 to 9:15 or 9:10. See, 9:02 to 9:10. As you can see, GG had that massive dump, which obviously left us way lower than the previous low. Whereas EJ just had a small little push down, which actually would have got you tapped into a trade. So it was unlucky. If you went for GJ longs rather than EJ, that is just super unlucky. I'm not going to lie. You've been actually shagged out of a trade there. But it's one of those ones. Insanely unlucky if you missed GJ. Should have tapped in, should have won, but it's just one of those things, boys. About to enter along on GJ. Fair play, bro. Slow volume, yeah, for sure. I was in SNDK short term, but stopped out on a pullback when it was at like $200. Oh, you're leverage trading it. I would just buy the stock, to be fair. I wouldn't bother like setting stops and TPs. You can earn it off the 15-minute potentially, bro. Potentially, bro. What's your bias today, bro? EUGU's looking at sells, and GJEJ looking at buyers. So I would mainly be looking to buy a GJ at this point here. If we can come down to this fair value gap on the 5 minute. As you can see there. Got that 5 minute imbalance. We want price to come into that. And then obviously continue higher. Little 1 hour order block GU entry. Let's have a look. Yeah, potentially, bro. Potentially. Yeah, just around the DTO, bro. I mean, we got the 30 minute around the DTO. We got the 15 minute. We got the 1 hour. So essentially, I just want to see price tap back into the DTO. And then have some type of reaction on the 5 minute or 1 minute. And then obviously catch it down. So I want price to come into this. And then look for themselves. This is our low volume area. I'm just trying to see if NAS actually moves well off these low volume areas. Yeah, we did, to be fair. Yeah, so I'm assuming most NAS traders, if you are trading NAS, probably got in after that inversion. Like there or something. Just really don't like the price action on NASDAQ, man. Don't know how people trade it all the time. USD CAD. I'll look at USD CAD in a sec, bro. I will be looking for buyers on USD CAD, though, due to the dollar. So there might be some actual real nice DTO entries. I think we got 4 hour CRT. I will double check, but... So yeah, we got the DTO right here. Let's actually just... Yeah, I'll be looking to buy off the DTO on this. I've got this order block here in line with the DTO. So that's what I'll be looking to go off, bro. I think if we go on the 4 hour, yeah, we do have nice 4 hour CRT. We've got this big candle yesterday, which obviously dumped. It did give us a breaker structure. So technically we are in a bearish range. But it does look like we are reversing it. You can see we've got the CRT sweep at this candle's low. So we should now trade into this candle's high. Or if not the high, at least 50%. At least 50%. Which is there. So we go lower. Here's the sweep of the lows there. So yeah, we'll definitely be looking to buy USD CAD once we tap into this. If we tap into this. Bear in mind the dollar doesn't have any volume right now. I'll be looking to target 50% of that candle. Stop loss just below. Could even have stop loss a little bit lower. I would have it just 5 pips to be fair. And yeah, that's what I'll be looking for on UCAD. When do you determine when you look for confirmation? Just when we tap into our POI, bro. It sort of depends normally how long the retracement is. If the retracement is like a quick one, it's only come up and down like 5 pips, then there's no need. But if it's like a bigger retracement, then we just want to make sure that price is actually about to reverse. So with this one, for example, I'll give you two different examples. So on EU this morning, if you was to enter straight off of the DTO, if we go back here on the 1 minute, so we've got the daily trope in here, which you'll be looking to enter off of. So you see we moved away from the DTO, but it's only, what, like 3 pips back in. There's no need, because you only need a small move. You're basically still already going with the flow. You just need a small retracement back and then price to continue, right? So it's only 3 pips up. Whereas right now what we're seeing is price has actually dumped a decent bit. So price has now dumped, what, 25 pips, something like that, from the DTO. Okay, 20 pips is dumped from the DTO, which means we do need a decent retracement of about at least 15 pips. So at that point, we may have established an uptrend. So we actually want to make sure on the lower time frame this trend fails, and then we can get sells. So it's difference basically between this type of move where we're moving down like this, just tapping into a level there and then selling, versus if our level's all the way up here and we need price to actually fully retrace and then get the move. So that's when I'd wait for confirmation. Sell GU, yeah, that's what I'll be looking for, bro. I'm short in USD CAD right now, but don't know. I'll be looking to long UCAD for sure, bro. Let's see if this bottoms out now and we can actually have a retracement on GJ. Bear in mind, this is the current day's value area, so it will shift if volume's getting spent above it. But you can see we're not really getting any participation into the market above that point, which shows that people are slightly unwilling at the moment. Which again is good confluence for our buyers. And we will be looking at this move here. If you are new around here, boys, I trade the London session every single day. I've been a full-time trader for about 3-4 years now. And I teach you boys how to trade the London session. I trade it live with you, man, and try and get the best entries possible every single day. I'm on a phase 2 ATM, Lou. Do you risk 1% or 2%? I'd risk 1%, bro, on that. It depends how confident you are, though. If you want to risk 2%, don't let me talk you out of it, man. Just going to drop a text into the Discord, boys. Everyone drop a like on the stream. We've only got 30 likes in this YouTube stream. Let's get 50 likes in here real quick, boys. Let's get 50 likes so we can guarantee that this trade actually retraces. If we get 50 likes, we're getting a retracement. We've got to put it out there into the universe and actually do everything we can to get that. We're going to get that retracement on GJ, which is going to provide us buyers. We're going to get that retracement on EU, which is going to provide us more sells. We're going to get that retracement, boys. Everyone drop a like on the stream to lock that in. Let's get 50 likes in here real quick. Come on, boys. Let's get this move. Let's get this move. Appreciate everyone liking the stream, boys. Appreciate y'all. I can't lie, I lost my funded account, so I wouldn't say my confidence is the highest. Oh, fair. Did you get any payouts on that before you lost it, or? And how many trades did it take you to pass your phase 1, bro, as well? People spamming sell GU. Yeah, I do like GU sales. But you've got to wait till it's at a good point, though. We have retraced pretty nicely. We're in the OTE right now. We just want to push up a little bit more to that order block. and then get that short. That'll be my idea on GJ, so I do want to wait a little bit first. At least the stock's playing, trust me. Past phase 1 in 4 to 5 trades, I think, and now no payouts. Oh, unlucky, bro. Yeah, man, I mean, the market's just testing you, bro. At the end of the day, if you've passed a phase, if you've already passed a phase 1 and 2, and then you've just passed a phase 1 again, you clearly are a good enough trader to get that funded account and get those payouts. So just stay consistent, bro. Have a good mindset. You got unlucky that you didn't get any payouts. You just went on a losing streak at the wrong time. It is what it is, bro. Big up to everyone who's locked into these streams every single day, boys. I see ya. I see the people that are locked in, man. Yeah, Yen basket is pushing. Hopefully this comes down a bit. What's gold saying, actually? Gold, remember, we do want to continue to trade a little bit lower first. Tapping us into this order block on the 30-minute. And then getting that buy. Problem is Trump is speaking today. What time's Trump speaking? I'm sure it's the Fed chair at 3. And then, yeah, when's Trump speaking? To be fair, it doesn't actually matter when he speaks. He tweets anything. He tweets shit anyway, so. I saw this as well. Let me show you this. Yeah, chat, look at this.
Now, there are questions. Is making millions after Donald Trump makes a major announcement? Now, there are questions. Is this insider trading? The BBC's found a pattern of spikes in trades just before Donald Trump says something that moves the financial markets. For example, 9 days into the war with Iran, Trump said in an interview that the war was pretty much complete and oil plunged. The first time the public would have known about that was 3:16 p.m. US Eastern Time. But market data shows a surge in trades 47 minutes earlier. Another case involves the online predictions platform Polymarket, in which the president...
Now, this is crazy, chat. This is crazy. The Polymarket's crazy. Polymarket's crazy, boys. Listen to this.
Predictions platform Polymarket, in which the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., is an investor. One account made nearly $500,000 by correctly predicting the removal of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro the day before he was seized. The account changed its username and hasn't placed any more bets since. These activities have raised suspicions of illegal insider trading, using information that isn't available to the general public. Polymarket told the BBC that it proactively works with regulators and law enforcement to ensure market integrity. There are also people that say that some traders are simply getting good at guessing when the president is going to say something significant.
Oh,
Donald
fuck
Trump
off.
Jr. didn't respond to a BBC request for comment, nor did the White House, though it's strenuously denied allegations of insider trading in the past.
It's just blatantly true, though. I just feel like people don't care anymore. You know what I mean? After like the amount of shit that's happened, it's like everything's come out. The world we actually believe in is a lie. The world we believe in is a lie. We got Epstein, who like nothing ever came of that. He got swept under the rug. People just don't care. The bar is so low that we don't even care now that the president's children are blatantly insider trading. Bro's always making bare money overnight. Everyone with a brain knows he's been doing this. Yeah, facts, bro. Facts. It's just blatant facts. Everyone knows it's true as well. That'll be perfect timing if we just got a tweet right now. So obvious that this is what it is. Bro, it's literally so obvious. Would you be worried about getting in GA2M as it's moving completely differently to DXY? Yeah, I mean, the reason why we are moving a little bit differently is just because if we look at EG, the pound is pretty strong right now. So you can see where we're dumping against the euro, this shows that the pound itself is pretty strong. So if you are looking for sells, maybe it is going to be a bit easier for you to enter on EU if we get a retracement on EU. But yeah, you definitely want to go with what the dollar does. If the dollar's not ready to move, then we simply will not move. So you definitely want to make sure you're careful on GU and you're not getting in too early. If this taps in to our order block and the DXY is still trading like here or something, then yeah, I definitely would fade that GU position. And I'll just wait for us to continue down a little bit more. When DXY is ready, then we'll hit EU and GU. Took GU, sell, stopped out by the pump that hit all TPs, Euro USD 1.6, so W. Oh, fair play, nice, bro. Bro needs to get out of office, I can't lie, facts. Bro, this guy is just an actual scammer, bro. I mean, if anyone's seen the Trump film, then you'll realise, like, if anyone hasn't seen The Apprentice, go watch The Apprentice. It's crazy work. Crazy work. The guy is just a scammer. Like, he always has just been a scammer. And he's actually scammed his way to the presidency, which is crazy. He will probably go down as, like, one of the most iconic presidents ever, though. Today's US session won't be clean. I guess interims of news will drop around ceasefire back-to-back. Yeah, defo, bro. It's going to be a fucking war zone on the charts later. It's going to be an absolute war zone on the charts later, boys. I'll tell you that for free. Tell you that for absolutely nothing. Chat, I was thinking, yeah. I was thinking, when I'm in the office, should I just do like fucking 9-hour streams? Like, should I just jump on at like 8, 9 and then stay live all the way until like 4? I feel like that would help the comm grow. That would help us grow. Because all the people I see popping off from streaming, these lot are all streaming for minimum like 7 hours. And I'm only going live for like 3, 4 hours a day. Is it worth to even look for shorts anymore since news is an hour and a half? It is, bro, because I mean, we can wait for news to come through anyway. To be fair, retail sales month on month shouldn't really affect the market that much. So it shouldn't really have a big impact. It's more the news at 3. So I think you're still looking alright. And bear in mind, the yen basket looks just as good. So I'm mainly waiting for a retracement on the yen basket. We are outside of the value area right now. So we should really pull back in and then get that move. So this is still what I'm looking for overall. That would be my most optimal trade of the day. Would be GJ longs. I think the uptrend is most clear on GJ as well. So yeah, I do think we are eventually going to target this high. Bearing in mind, we don't have any other real highs until this one all the way up here. Just based on how premium we are. Even that high you see we swept here. This high right here that we swept. That was from fucking like 2008. So it's not really anything relevant other than just psychologically. But yeah, you can see we've got that there. So the next real high we've got is this 222. So mate, the sky really is the limit for GJ. I do think we're going to continue to push up as we have been for a decent amount of time. We obviously had these nice weekly CRT, which gave us clear price action for ages. So that CRT, as soon as this candle printed, we got, how many days did we actually get? We got 52 days. So as soon as that CRT candle closed on the weekly, we got fucking 2 whole months worth of bullish price action. We could just spam out longs. And we're still looking to spam longs now, so. Morning, Calvin. What you saying, bro? Can't lie. I wish I invested in that Trump coin. I heard about it, but I didn't believe in that stuff. To be fair, it was a blatant pump and dump, bro. You could have made loads of money if you was early, but you most likely would have lost unless you was like seriously locked in. I was actually kind of locked in with meme coins. I don't know why I didn't buy it myself, but yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? He made like 7 billion off that. Majority of his net worth comes from that one coin. Blatant pump and dump scam. Sums up the state of America though, doesn't it? Just blatantly scamming. Blatantly scamming. I think the news is about the tariff refund, so I think the dollar would be in the red. Yeah, to be fair, it's probably already been priced in earlier, bro, because we already knew about that. So that's probably been priced in with all of this. Bear in mind, we have had a few really, really bearish last few days for the dollar. This is as, obviously, tensions are easing. Hence why the dollar dumps. It pumps during the war. Dumps when tensions are sort of easing. Yeah, GU still pushing up to that level, man. DXY, again, not really moving. GU continues to pump. So we know the pound is pretty strong right now. You can see that with GJ as well. If you look at EG, you can see absolute dumping. Breaking, Amazon announces they will invest up to 25. Wow, okay. Amazon have announced they're investing 25 billion in Anthropic. Fuck me. It's one big club and you ain't allowed in. It's crazy what's going on with Anthropic right now. Absolutely crazy. Essentially, what they're doing... Is there no data for anything on Anthropic? What they're doing in Anthropic, everyone knows it's basically the world's biggest company waiting to be, or one of the world's biggest companies waiting to be, and they're just letting only private investors invest in it. You got to be, literally, you have to be someone to invest in it. Even if you've got like a couple of 100 mil, you're never going to be able to invest in it. You need minimum net worth of like fucking 10 billion to fucking ever invest in Anthropic. When are they going to go public? That's the question. Actually, it is, Peter Thiel? Oh no. Oh, these two fucking guys. Yeah. If Euro's going down, then why is GBP going up? They're not really related, bro. They're not really correlated or anything. Why don't you trade indices? I don't like the price action, bro, on the higher time frame. It doesn't really trend. It sort of just chops up and down and then eventually distributes higher. Just pure manipulation. Where it always trades up, all it's doing is manipulating. We know we're going to eventually go blue. It's just manipulating until it does. The insider trading who has been seen profiting from all this Trump talks. They've put a 5 mil oil short on 20x leverage. How do you know that, bro? How do you know that, Russ? They've got $100 million essentially on worth of oil shorts. Yeah, how do you know that, bro? Do you trade New York? Occasionally, but 99% of the time, bro, I trade the London session. We are live for New York, chat. I might start going live. Less is more. See some fella, Lorenzo, who based in Bali, did a 24-hour once. Maybe divide the stream into 2 parts. Everyone liked the stream. Appreciate you, bro. Is it worth even looking? Oh yeah. Yeah, I might start going live for longer because now I'm on like 130 man. Don't really want to jump off because we've got people watching, but. If so, what do you trade? Same thing, bro. EUGU and then EJGJ. Why not? Why not what, bro? Oh, New York's London session's the easiest session to trade by far. I do have a video on this on my YouTube, boys, about why London session is the easiest to trade. If you are interested in watching that, somewhere on my YouTube. America is a criminal country. The Trumps just demonstrated it. That's very true. Very true. Whereabouts are you from, bro? I mean, a lot of countries are criminal countries right now. A lot of them. There's not really actually many decent countries left. Yeah, man, defo longer lives, or you could just stay on kind of thing, proper rate these lives. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to grow these lives, man. I'm trying to blow these lives off, and I feel like if I stay on for longer, that's the only way. If I do, like, lives from fucking 9 AM all the way through to fucking... Yeah, 9 AM all the way through to, like, 4, that will be unbelievable. Obviously, I do have other shit to do, but if I can stream and you man are rating it, then I will stay on. If the views are climbing and people are tuning in, then why not? Yeah, Russ, where did you find out about that insider trader? We'll have a look at that. Because that, obviously, if they've put a big oil short on, if they've just put a huge oil short on, obviously that means they want oil to go down, which will also mean that the dollar will go down as well. Which means that obviously EU and GU will pump. So it does really relate to the trade that we're currently in right now. So it's going to be significant. Seeing the value area shift slightly higher. Got the point of control still here. Again, the point of control resting right next to the DTO, as we see quite a lot. Love your streams, buddy. Very helpful. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that, man. If you are watching on TikTok, boys, we are live on YouTube. Richesse FX on YouTube. Everyone go tune into that. Everyone go tune into the YouTube stream, man. You get the full screen and everything. You need to clock how to do multi-man streams so you and mates can be on at the same time. We are going to do that, bro. When we're in the office, we are both going to be live. So well, it's going to be just like one live stream, but we're both going to be there, which will be a lot better. I think if we do that in the... What we can do in the office is just not stop going live. Literally not stop going live. We'll start the YouTube live at 9 AM and we won't jump off till like 4. We can trade each other in and off like subs. Hey Lou, loving your work. Have improved massively since joining Richesse. Lovely, man. Lovely to hear it, Kim. Lovely to hear it. I'm assuming you're just working your way through the mentorship right now. Or you might be in the signals as well. Obviously, we did have this signal sent into the chat today, boys. As you can see, Euro USD short. And that is how it's currently playing out. That's where the stop loss is in TP. If anyone is interested. It's been a good day as well today, boys. I'm not going to lie. There has been a lot of volume in the market. And I do still think there's going to be trades to come. So stay locked in today. Stay locked in today. This week's looking really nice. There's still going to be a banger trade this week. Even if you missed out on this one. If you are trying to get into the signals, though, I'll tell you what. Because a lot of people in the chat I'm seeing didn't get into this trade. DM me on Discord saying signals 50 and I'll give you 50% off the signals. You guys going to do pre and post London together when you are in the new office? Yeah, we are going to be doing that, Vision. We will, bro. Had to take this GU setup on my eval. Can't hold through news on a funded. Oh, fair play, bro. I don't think you can on an eval either. Or let me know what prop firm you're with, bro. But yeah, I'm not sure if you can. But yeah, boys, if anyone DMs me on Discord, signals 50, I'll give you 50% off for the signals. As I said, if you are trying to pass funded accounts, it's simplest way, really. So have a look at chart check. This is where people send in their trades. Yeah, we are getting a few people in shorts, Nice. News for 1:30. We got time. Yeah, we do have news at 1:30, boys. On FTMO, you can hold through news, but not on live. Yeah, I mean FTMO have got a lot of new rules coming in recently, so I won't be surprised if they actually change that. But yeah, fair play, fair play. Really hard to grow this TikTok considering that I keep getting restricted every day. When we're in the office, hopefully that doesn't happen. See the link there in the chat, boys, if you do want to get more info on the signals or mentorship. Again, let me drop a link to book a call into the chat if anyone does want to jump on a call with me or anything like that, just to learn a little bit about the way I trade. There's a link right there, boys. Right, we're just waiting for that New York volume to actually hit us now. It is 12 o'clock. Same with ACG. Wow, I always thought it was the opposite. Well, not the opposite, but I always thought you couldn't actually trade over news. Yeah, the yen is kind of distributing. I mean, we have obviously swept that 4-hour low now. Swept the 4-hour high and the 4-hour low. So we have got that move that we wanted initially, that sell-off. Yeah, GJ pushing higher again. Hey mate, did gold hit your target? Not yet, bro. We're still wanting it to come down a little bit more. Want it to come down to this, basically 4770 essentially before we actually get into anything. Yeah, I didn't even know that Universal. I never actually trade over news anyway. Just not fucking worth it, but wanted to sell with you from now, but going to be disciplined and wait for the imbalance to get induced first. Yeah, I would be a little bit disciplined. We do have this low volume node here, so we should really reject off this once we get into it. Can I see your fib settings, bro? I obviously change them about, but if you're talking about the OTE, yeah, the settings are here, bro. I'll let you copy them. So 705, sorry, it's 0.62 and then 0.79. And then 0.705 is just in between those two numbers. But yeah, there we go. And it's obviously going to give you the OTE. So the way you want to trade that is if we've already had a distribution away, like that, the most likely point that we come up to is the optimal trade entry. So we most likely sell from here, stop loss here, TP here. And we get that move there. That's what you want to use the OTE for the most. Trump going to tweet something and the market will be upside down? Yeah, facts. We do have news in an hour and 30 minutes, so if he's got any type of decorum, he will at least wait for that. Everyone drop a like on the stream. Let's get 50 likes in here real quick. Actually, we might have hit it. Alright, yeah, one more like for 50 likes, boys. Bro, how do you mark out zones and how do you find accumulation distribution? Again, bro, I'll send the link into so you can book a call, bro, if you do want to jump on the phone with that, because it is going to be kind of difficult for me to explain it all to you on live. So I'll just drop a link in the chat for you to book a call. But cool, how do you find accumulation, manipulation, and how do you mark out zones? Hang on, Lou, I'm trying to find info on that trade. Yeah, let us know, bro. So accumulation, manipulation, the first thing you need to realise is that the market is time-based. So certain things happen at certain times. So you need to know where to look for accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So for example, if you're looking at this chart yesterday, or Friday, sorry, if you turned on this indicator, you would have no real way of knowing how you could have spotted this accumulation, manipulation, distribution. You wouldn't really know what's going on. But when you actually understand how the sessions work, and you realise each session does its own thing. So the Asia session typically accumulates, moves sideways, and doesn't do that much. It'll move sideways. Right? The London session will then manipulate this. So the London session will then sweep out either the Asia high and then move to the Asia low. Right? Basically something like this, right? So it will manipulate the Asia high and manipulate the Asia low. Right? This is London. And then New York will have the main move of the day. Right? This is New York. So New York will have the main move of the day. So we know the Asia session typically accumulates, London session typically manipulates, and New York typically distributes. So now, if we look at a market like this, we can turn on our session indicators. We see the Asia session here accumulates. So it doesn't really do much. You can see just moves sideways. The London session manipulates. You can see it moves down, sweeps out the low, then moves higher, sweeps out the high. All right, so exactly what we saw here. You can see it swept out the high and then swept out the low. So we swept out the low and then swept out the high. And then you can see the main move came from New York. The main distribution move came from New York. So the main move is always New York. So yeah, that's the first step into finding AMD, is realizing certain things happen at certain times. In terms of how to find levels, bro, let me know what you mean by levels and I can try and explain that a bit more if you want. Bro, I was learning trading from 1 year and started live from New Year's. I read a couple of books and advised for me to become consistent, profitable, and about the mindset. And about mindset, the profit I make, I blow it. If you blow your profit, bro, you need to actually know the stats of your account or of your strategy. So, for example, I'm very well aware of how my strategy works. I aim for, on average, a 3 to 1 RR, and my win rate is about 50%. So I'm aware that every second trade I take is most likely going to be a loss. I'll take a win and then a loss. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. That's typically how it's going to be. So I'll always have in the back of my mind what my win rate is. So if I take 5 trades a week, then most likely 2 or 3 of them are going to be wins, and then 2 or 3 are going to be losses. So you need to know about how your strategy actually plays out in terms of your risk reward. And therefore, you know, say you're up then 10% on your account, you know realistically if you've just won 3 trades in a row, there might be a loss streak coming. So maybe be careful with how much you're risking, or be a little bit more conservative about your risk. So yeah, it mainly just comes from understanding what your strategy actually is. Do we have an entry on GJ? Not yet, bro. GJ's just pushing to the upside, I'm not going to lie. It's actually hit that point we wanted it to hit now. And we still want it to retrace. Bear in mind, yesterday, as we said, GJ bottomed out at 12 o'clock and made its full retracement by 2:15. Right now, 12 o'clock, it's just made the low. So if we can start retracing and then bottom out essentially at 2, then we're going to have another lovely trade. Okay, my mistake. They closed the trade now, so they already hit TP. What indicator are you talking about? This one, bro, that we made for our members is called G. Looks good. Yeah, bro. What's the price for your signal? Send me a DM, bro, and I can get you in there. As I said, I'm going to do 50% for the next person, just to celebrate a nice winning signal. So, Jay, I've dropped you a follow, bro. If it wants to load. I've just dropped you a follow. So, send me a DM on here, bro, and I can send you a DM back. Make sure you get in. But if you do want to join the signals or anything like that, it's probably easiest to DM me on Discord, to be honest, boys. So I've just put a text in the free chat. You can see I've put what are we saying, chat, who's in what. So if you click on my name, Louis in gold, and you can send me a DM. Be careful when you join my Discord, boys. There's a lot of scammers, so someone will probably DM you claiming to be me. I'll never DM you first. But yeah, GU does look good, bro. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Are you in GU, my friend? Last question. I'm not in GU right now, brother. GU, not GJ. Oh, GU. Yeah, I'm not on GU right now. I'll go on GU in just 1 second, bro. Give me 1 sec. But yeah, the indicator we're using is called this one. Sessions, ranges, and equilibriums by Richesse. So if you do want that, boys, then just go to our Discord and then just drop it in the chat that you want it. Just put in the chat. Send me the indicator, please. And then I'll send that over to you, boys. Just drop it in the free chat. It's just not available for you to search for, where it's a custom indicator. You've got to be sent it. So yeah, that's the only way to get it. Yeah, you can see DXY really not moving, boys. Really not. What's the Discord? Link's in my profile, boys. If you're watching on TikTok or YouTube, link it to my Discord is in my profile. Just go to my bio on YouTube or my bio on TikTok. But yeah, we could get this GU sell. I'm personally not, because I don't think the DXY is ready, but you definitely could be looking for this for sure. Defo could be looking for that. Edged my entry. Yeah, I think it edged a lot of people there, not going to lie. We didn't actually tap the DTO yet, so we should really come back and re-tap it. ATG can hold through news. On challenge accounts, bro, but I'll be honest, I wouldn't recommend it. I would never recommend holding through news. Does one step have consistency? Yeah, bro, all one steps normally have consistency rules of some sort. I always do two step anyway. Levels is in if you go for 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute and lower. Gold came to your zone you was talking about. Yeah, so the easiest levels you can really look for are order blocks and fair value gaps. So order blocks are obviously like a candle like this. So the last up candle before we dump down, because this shows where smart money likely entered, as it is the last sort of area before we got the dump. So if price returns to this area, we should get another dump. And obviously the theory is that if there's such a big order, we can't put a big institution, say they want to sell like $1 billion worth of EU. They can't sell it all at once because there's not enough liquidity in the market. So what they'll do is they'll put a sell here of say, let's say 500 mil. And then wait till the market gets pushed back up. And then again, they'll put the other chunk of their position in at this point. Once liquidity has been generated on the way up, we've got people getting in buys. People that got in sells too early and have been stopped out. And then obviously they'll manipulate. And then the next 500 million sell comes through there. That's basically the theory. It's not obviously that cut and dry, but that's essentially the theory. And that's the easiest way. Look, I sent a message in the server. Sweet, bro. I'll send you that ASAP. I'll send you that over. Edge my sell by 3 points, bro. Yeah, man. To be fair, it probably will come back up to the DTO. If your entry is on the DTO, all the best sells come from above it. So you should still be sweet, to be honest, bro. Should I get a swing or Alpha Pro? I'd say Alpha Pro, bro. Make sure you use code Richesse at checkout, boys. Make sure you use code Richesse. Make sure you use code Richesse. If you're watching on TikTok, boys, everyone drop a follow right now. Make sure you're following up. Make sure you're following up the stream, boys. Trying to grow this account up a bit. We are live on YouTube, which is the main place we stream. Richesse FX on YouTube. We've got about 150 man in there right now. But yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you drop a follow so you see my lives again. Bro, nothing moving now. Yeah, we're probably going to get volume kicking in the next sort of 15 minutes. Gold in your level for buyers. It's not in it just yet, bro. We want 770 to get hit. So we're not at it yet. It's this 30-minute order block here. As we said, the last candle down before we got that nice pump to the upside. So this is the level we're looking to enter off of. I heard it takes 1 billion to move EU 1 pip. I don't know. I don't think it's really as simple as putting a monetary value on it, but obviously it is the most liquid markets really in the world. So yeah, it's going to be a fucking lot. I've been in EU sell since this morning and on an FTMO phase 1 up around 1% right now. I've got my stop loss at break even. Should I jump out the trade before news or just hold? I would always get out before news, bro. You don't want to risk your hard work. At the end of the day, news is 50-50. No one truly and utterly knows what news is going to be. You can have an idea, but it's 50-50. So you don't want to actually enter a trade through nice confluences and then leave it down to a 50-50. It just doesn't make sense. But obviously, if you want to hold then and you're confident on the news, then hold. But I wouldn't recommend it, bro. So if you want these these GU sells to come through, you do need EG to actually chill out a bit. We can't have this insanely violent sell pressure on GJ anymore, or EG anymore. We need price to actually reach sort of a decent level and just start to chill out. Because if we have GU continually push down, EG continually push down, it will just show that the pound is insanely strong. The pound is very strong right now. It had a blatant manipulation, market manipulation here. Clear and utter manipulation. Nothing else for it. There was no news, there was no anything. So this move here was purely and utterly manipulation. Absolutely no other reason for it. It was purely manipulation. And then price just absolutely dumped after that. So that just shows manipulation for the pound. So you do want to be really careful with entering the pound. And I'd even really half risk it if you are getting in on pound trades just because of how blatantly manipulated it is this morning. It's just giving me red flags. Bro Trump. Right, what did Trump say? Donald Trump, Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. Look, with a fib, how do you mark your TP? Wait, what do you mean, bro? It does look nice for GU short. So that's what I'm saying, bro. It does look nice, but this is how you get manipulated. We had blatant market manipulation. Trump's beats 8:30. What time? Yeah, he's just said that Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. He said that 7 minutes ago. Obviously, that is bullish for the war. Again, chat, I'll give you a quick key. Let me actually do a key here that I can actually refer back to. I like having everything here that I can just zoom in on and tell you about. But this is essentially the key, right? So for news, war gets... Wait. This is the key, boys. If you're like, what the fuck happened? What is the war basically doing to prices? You want to actually understand why we're getting these mad jumps and bumps. This is exactly what it is. So war gets worse equals this, and then war gets this is going to be our little table, boys, so you can screenshot this. You can screenshot this and then you're always going to know what's going on in the war. Alright, so this is our little key. We got war gets worse, war gets better. We've got EU, GU, and we got oil. So if the war gets worse, meaning like more intense, essentially, more killing, more bombing, more, you know what I mean, more attacks, whatever, then that means EU and GU is going to go down, and oil and the US dollar is going to go up. If the war gets better, it means EU and GU are going to go up, and US oil and the US dollar is going to go down. So essentially what Trump's just said there was that Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. So that is obviously showing that the war's getting worse because there's getting more intensity in there, more of an intense situation going on. Then that, if we go across looking at our key, that means that EU and GU is going to go down and US dollar and oil is going to go up, right? So if you're wondering why on GU we had this random sell spike, so about 12 minutes ago at this point, we had this random sell spike. That is due to this. War gets worse, EU and GU spikes down. Okay, so that's exactly why we saw that. And then if we look, if I show you this, you'll be able to see why. So Donald Trump, Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. Okay, and that, which was 10 minutes ago, was the exact reason for this to dump a little bit. Obviously, the markets didn't take into regard what he said too much. But yeah, this is what happened. We had that dump there. We had that dump there. And as we said, war gets worse, that's what happens. So obviously, if you are in shorts for EUG right now, you do want the war to get worse, which is kind of evil, but it's the game we're in, boys. Right, this is where we need the end basket to actually start pushing up in this sort of period here. We need the end basket to actually push bullish. Bro, check your USD trade. Yeah, to be fair, higher from yesterday on GU look juicy. The higher the war tension, the higher DXY goes, hence EU and GU go low. Yeah, exactly, bro. Bro, check Euro USD, bro. Have the Euro USD trade. I've taken the same trade. Nice, bro. Nice. We are pretty safe in terms of where we're actually at right now. For EU, we are a good 10 pips or something off of the DTO. Yeah, 15 pips even off the DTO. So we are at a decent point. You align your fib, then where you want to have your take profit. Can you show an example for gold? So yeah, I mean, really what you want to do, from your low to your high, you want to draw your fib. The levels you want to mark on, they're actually important, are your 0, 1, this is your range high, your range low. 0.5, this is your range 50%. And then, as I said, the OTE. So now, these are levels we've got on our chart. So if we look, we've got the top 50% and the bottom 50%. If you're looking for buyers, you only want to buy in the discount. If you're looking for sales, you only want to sell in the premium. So if you're looking at buyers, we're only interested in this bottom area. And the OTE, as we said, these 3 lines here that you see, this is the point where you're actually most optimally looking for buyers. So the most optimal buyers will come at this point, hence why we're looking for buyers around this area. And your TP, you can either put it at obviously the current range high, like that, which is absolutely fine, on the top of it. Or I've just gone for slightly higher, is the intraday high from Friday. So it does depend on you, but if you really want the simplest way, then just aim for the top of the range like that for a flat 2 to 1. I'm going now, Lou. Show you tomorrow. Sweet, bro. Yeah, as we said, you really want to be careful entering GU. I'm not entering this one, by the way, chat, as I've said. I will want to see lower time frame confirmation. What we're seeing now is nice, though. We do want to see the DXY come into this fair value gap. We know price has to trade within it. So let's just wait until we actually get into that. Again, on the 15-minute, we do have this big fair value gap to be filled. Oh. We just get rid of this real quick as well. And that. The equivalent of the fair value gap is here. And then obviously for GU's still got a little bit higher to come. So that's why GU's a bit Louis. Got bummed yesterday straight to SL, yeah. Yesterday was peak. But yeah, if we are GU pumping, yeah, trust me. Lou, can you show me how... Lou, can you go into how you thought about entering a sell on EU? Yeah, as I said, bro, it's actually really, really simple. So all you do, first things first, the way we enter, we already know how we're getting in. We have 4 strategies we enter in. ALG buyers, ALG sells, DTO buyers, DTO sells. So first things first, we need a daily bias, and then we already know how we're getting in. All right, so boom. Daily bias. We're in a bearish leg from here to here. Actually, you know what? I've actually got a key here for you to actually make it even easier for you. This is the key what we want to do. These are the 4 things that we want to do in order to actually get a higher time frame bias, okay? Number 1 is the range. Number 2 is it bullish or bearish? Number 3 is where is the internal and external? Number 4, what we coming from, what we going to. I'll break you down all 4 right now. First of all, the range. So the current range is the high to the low. So this is our range. Right, the high is there, the low's there. So that's the range. Let me actually get rid of this so I can tick them off. So that's the range. Now, is it a bullish or bearish range? Well, we most recently broke a low, so therefore it is a bearish range, right? So I'm going to say, yep, it is a bearish range. And that's that done. Now our internal and external liquidity. Now, internal and external, if you don't know what it is, price only ever does 2 things, moves from internal to external and then external to internal. So for your external liquidity, it's just your range high and your range low. Very simple. So our external is literally just our range high and our range low. Very simple. And then our internal is a POI within the current range, and FVG or order block. And then in essence, this is our trends form. So we go from internal to external, and then to internal, and then to external, and then to internal, and then to external, etc., etc., right? So now we can mark out our POI within the current range, a fair value gap or an order block, all right? So that's obviously part 3. So fair value gap or order block, it's up to you which internal you would have considered. I personally saw both this fair value gap here and this inversion fair value gap. So if I get rid of this, we have this 4-hour IFVG, this old fair value gap which got traded through. This was my POI. 4 sells, and then obviously we have our external low. So now we've got our internal, we've got our external high, external low, and our internal fair value gap. So yeah, we got that. Now what are we coming from and what are we going to? Now we know that price only ever does 2 things, moves from internal to external and then external to internal. We know very clearly what's actually going on. All right, what are we going from and what are we coming to? Well, we're going from, if we actually go back to where we started the day. So we're going from our fair value gap to our external low. Right, so that's very simple. Now we know what we're going from and what we're going to. So just by doing those 4 simple steps, we now know what our bias should be. Now we should look for sells because we're coming from this level and we're going to this level. And anything that, if this doesn't happen, then that means it's a reversal, which obviously 80% of the time we continue, only 20% of the time we reverse. So we should just assume that this happens. So now we know that we can look for sells. We can go to our key. All right, this is our key. So we've got our daily bias. Now, do we look for buys or do we look for sells? As we said, we're looking for sells. So now we go over to our sell setup here and our sell setup here. So we're looking for ALG sells or DTO sells. So essentially the way the strategies work, ALG, wait for a sweep of the Asia high, confirmation, and then sell. DTO is we wait for price to trade away from the DTO, come back, and then sell. So either way now, we know what to focus on. We're either waiting for the Asia high to be swept for a sell, or we're waiting for the DTO to be distributed away from for a sell. Okay, then when we go back to the chart, if we break it down on the 15-minute, go a bit lower, we'll mark on both of these points. So we've got our DTO here and our Asia high here. So now we've got a bit of a framework going into the market, which makes it very simple. Okay, so now I'm not all over the place. I'm not looking at all these different things. I know exactly what I'm looking for. I am looking for either price to come up, sweep this, and then sell, as we said, or price to distribute away from the DTO, then return for a sell. Okay, either this or this. Very simple, because we've done a higher time frame first. We've got our 2 sell entries, and we just wait for one of those to happen. So that's when we go down onto lower time frame, and you obviously wait for a little bit of a distribution away. So again, look, we distribute. Okay, this actually isn't 7 AM yet. We'll wait till 7 AM. Okay, this is 7 AM. All right, so you can see if we play it out a little bit. So at this point here, we get price push away from the DTO, which is what we want. Again, push away from the DTO. We want it to come back and then enter sells. So you can see we pushed away from the DTO. So we're planning on us coming back to the DTO and then selling. Then if we just play the market out, we come back to the DTO. And then obviously we get those sells. Put your stop loss on the high. And your TP obviously on the most recent low on the left. That most recent low was this from the New York session. So TP there, stop loss on the high. Obviously you can enter it a little bit differently in terms of the TP and SL. But that is basically the trade. You can see we tap on the DTO multiple times before getting that sell off. So it really is as simple as that, boys. As simple as having a daily bias, and the way you get your daily bias is through these 4 steps: range, bullish or bearish, internal, external, from and to. And then once you've got your daily bias, use your key call. We're looking at sells, either Asia high or DTO. Alternatively, if we're looking at buys, we'll be looking at either the Asia low or the DTO. Right, so just a very easy way of seeing the markets, boys. But yeah. Right, nice. We're getting nice price action now. This is why we didn't enter GU, boys. As we said, we get rid of this real quick. And we'll get rid of this as well. Is because it is unaligned with GU. Sorry, it's unaligned with the DXY. We know that basically DXY is going to control whatever GU and EU does. So if GU is not ready to move up, if DXY is not ready to move up, then EU and GU are not going to be ready to move down. They're only going to be ready to move down when GU is ready to move up, which means it's really important that we actually wait for DXY itself. So we've got this fair value gap on DXY. Once it fills this and starts to move, then we can expect to see sells on EU and sells on GU as well. So we could expect price to even sweep this Asia high, maybe tap into this low volume node and then get sells. I do still like the current direction, what we're looking for. We are looking for price to trade higher off of this fair value gap, but just really got to make sure we time ourselves properly. But yeah, chat, if I missed any comments, make sure you put them in the chat again. Yeah, are you coming back up maybe to the order block? Yeah, chat, if you do, as I said, I am for now letting people book calls with me if you do want me to explain anything. So on the chat, I've just booked a link. Just dropped a link there for you to book a call with me, and we can go through and explain, and I can explain anything that you may not have understood. Lou, you the GOAT, fam. Appreciate you, bro. Makes sense. Thank you, bro. But yeah, chat. The main thing that we teach our students is there are over 100 videos that we use to get into this. So as we said, there's 3 things we're mainly trying to teach you. It all really boils down to this. It boils down to daily bias. Daily bias. Then the ALG strat. And the DTO strat. These are the 3 things you need to learn in order to actually become profitable. Daily bias to give you a direction, and then ALG and DTO are the strategies that will definitely get you into the trade no matter what condition the market's in. So all of these 100 videos, there's 100 videos here in our mentorship. All of these different videos are all essentially all referring back to these 3 things. All 100 videos referring back to how you find the daily bias, and then how you trade the ALG and the DTO strat. So once you go through the mentorship, boys, you're going to know absolutely everything how to trade these markets. Bear in mind, not only that, we do go on a stream twice a day with our members. We do a pre-London stream at 6 AM to 8 AM and a post-London stream at about 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. I'm staying a bit later on live today, so we haven't really done it yet. But that's essentially what we do, boys. Lou, the IFEG video on the mentorship is bugging out and won't let us view it, by the way. Wait, send me a link to what one you mean, bro, and I'll fix that for you. But yeah, boys, that's what we teach in the mentorship. As I said, if you are interested in the mentorship, if you want me to teach the way I trade, the way I've simplified the markets for hundreds and hundreds of other traders now, got multiple students paid out. Yeah, man, we're absolutely cooking in the group. But as I said, the reason why we're cooking is because we do something different to everyone else. People are looking at these markets looking to scalp. We're not looking at that. We already have our entries. This is why when you join, you're going to find the market so much easier to actually trade. So much easier to actually trade. Because you're not on the lower time frame looking for an entry. What you guys are probably doing this morning on EU is coming onto the markets and then thinking right here, okay, is this market bullish or bearish? You're never going to be able to know. You're never going to be able to look at these fucking candles and know if we're going to go higher or if we're going to go lower. There's only one way to approach it, and that is to already have your strategy drawn out. We already know what we're looking for. That's the difference. We let our strategy do the hard lifting, the heavy lifting we let the strategy do. We just stick to the higher time frame, have a daily bias, keep our heads nice and clear, have a daily bias, and then these strategies actually get us in. So the ALG and the DTO do the heavy lifting for us. We already decide sells, and then we just get in through that. So as I said, higher time frame for the daily bias, and now we've already decided on the higher time frame we're looking for sells. So it's as simple as either letting the Asia high give us an entry or the DTO give us an entry, which obviously today the DTO gave us an entry. For example, yesterday as well, if you was looking for buyers, which was the correct bias, you saw yesterday trade upwards. If we mark on the daily true open, you're going to see that this strategy works every single fucking day, boys, without fail. Why the hell are the times so... Yo, this tick mill is cooked, bro. What the hell? Let me use this instead. So let me draw on the DTO here at 5 AM. So this is the daily true open here. And as you can see, boys, if you did have a bullish higher time frame bias, what would you have waited for? So you would have gone to the key. We're looking at buyers. All right, well, we're either looking at ALG buyers, which is a sweep of the Asia low, then buyers, or DTO buyers, which is price distributing away from the DTO, then coming back for buyers. So if you did have buyers, again, you wait for London to open. All right, you're waiting. Okay, we didn't get a sweep of the Asia low, so we're not looking for ALG buyers, but we did get price distribute away from the DTO. So we want price to retap and then continue to go long, which obviously if you got your high time frame bias right, you would have been looking for. As we said, stop loss underneath the low, TP at the next recent high, which really is probably this one here. And then, yeah, as you can see, we come back down, tap into it, which would have been your entry right there. And then you can see. So you can see, boys, really can start to see how we let the strategy do the heavy lifting for us. Okay, we can get rid of this now anyway. But how we let the strategies do the heavy lifting for us. We don't actually bother to bug out on the lower time frames like a lot of people do. We let the strategies do the work. We know we're going to be able to get in off the DTO or the ALG. It's just a matter of having a good bias on the higher time frame. Best trader view chat. Data broker for CFDs. Oh, and I use, bro. If I missed any comments, boys, put them in the chat again. I've actually got something pretty exciting to share with you, man, as well. If you are trying to learn these. So chat, previously I did have one-to-one mentorship, which was essentially 1.5K a month. So basically where I teach you all this, but I teach you it personally. So you do have all the videos. You got all the 100 videos, as I said, the 100 videos reverting back to the DTO, ALG and daily bias. You've got all them videos and the 2 daily live streams. But the difference is I'm going to be teaching this to you personally on a one-to-one basis. We'll jump on a call and I can actually explain every single entry, every single day what we saw, etc, etc. And that was normally 1,500 quid a month. That was normally £1,500 a month. Right now, I'm dropping it again. I'm going to be reopening that and I'm going to make it fucking 90% off. I'm making that 90% off. So I'm making that 150 a month. So from 1.5k down to 150, 90% off, and that is to work with me one-to-one as well, which is cold. So if you are interested in that, boys, then send me a DM on Discord right now saying one-to-one. Obviously, where it is one-to-one, I can't take on too many people. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to take on a certain amount of people at 150, and then if more people want to join after that, I'm going to have to up the price for the people that join after. So if you're looking to get in for 150, boys, DM me one-to-one mentorship right now. As I said, it used to be 1,500 quid a month. But yeah, I want to fucking work with some of you boys. So let's make this 150. And if some of you want to work with me one-to-one, just send me a message, bro. Bro, what is GU doing? We're just waiting to align with EU and DXY, bro. In Sydney, market opens at 8 AM in the morning. So how to mark DTO? It's New York open time, bro. So New York midnight. So just work out what New York midnight time is. GU reacting off the 1 hour. But yeah, boys, as I said, DM me one-to-one on Discord if you are trying to lock in for that. I can only max it out at a certain amount of people before I'm going to have to up the price for everyone else. But yeah, previously 1.5 grand. You can now work with me one-to-one for 150, which is crazy work. But let's get some of you boys funded, man. I want to see in 6 months' time, I want all you man to join up to this one-to-one. 6 months' time, I want to see fucking loads of funded traders. I want to see all of you guys on a beach in Thailand within 6 months. Trust me, if you work with me one-to-one, boys, you're going to get funded in a matter of months. You're going to get payouts in a matter of months. The mentorship's good enough anyway, but let alone with the one-to-one access as well, it's going to be crazy. So just DM me one-to-one, as I said, on Discord. But be quick, because the prices will just increase. And it will go back up to 1,500 once, obviously, enough people have joined the 150 one. Just trying to be a G for now. Also with a new course on that as well, boys. So I've actually re-recorded for those people. I've been working hard for you boys that do want to join up that one-to-one. I've essentially re-recorded and modernised the whole course up to 2026. So every single one of these videos has been redone completely in order. So everything, basically everything that we already teach and a few more bits I've re-recorded. So you're going to get fresh, up-to-date new videos on 2026 markets. But yeah, boys, as I said, just send me a DM. GU, someone said reacting off the 1 hour order block. Not really. Normally when we go into the wick of the order block, we don't really tend to react off it. I do still think the DXY needs to continue down a little bit more. Yen basket looks like it could be having a push. Gold is printing buy structures. Yeah, man, I'm still waiting for that order block to get hit, man. It'd be annoying if we move just a little bit short of that. Will be annoying. Do we get access to the new updated vids if we are already in the mentorship, bro? It's just for the one-to-one mentorship, bro. Just for the one-to-one mentorship. As I said, it's way more worth it, boys. It's literally only about, yeah, two and a half times the price of our actual normal mentorship. But you get one-to-one access. So it's basically going to speed it up 10x. I'll watch them all again when they are done. But yeah, they're already recorded, boys. All ready to go. I've only just thought to mention it today. But that's basically how we're going to be running the mentorship going forward, boys. That is how we're going to be doing the mentorship going forward. We're going to be taking on mainly one-to-one students only at 150 a month. And we're just going to push up the price until we're basically full and can't have anyone else on there. So once it's full, it will be full. So make sure you lock in while you can, boys. But yeah, we got this news in about 20 minutes time. No, fucking hell, 45 minutes time. Richesse, how to mark DTI. It's New York 12 o'clock time. As I said, bro, just booking a call, man. It's hard for me to explain all of these questions that you boys are asking on live. But if you book a call, I can sit on for you for 15 minutes, half hour. We can actually go through everything. How do I get into that mentorship, bro? Calvin, just send me a DM, bro. Just send me a DM on Discord saying one-to-one, and I can get you into there, brother. Lou, after I rinse 10Ks for like 2 months, should I move to 50Ks? DM'd already, bro. Sweet, Calvin. After I rinse two 10Ks for like 2 months, should I? Yeah, bro, defo deal. Do you want to use your profits to go for your next account? How much you make trading and how much you make with the mentorship? I barely make a lot of money with the mentorship, to be honest, boys. I probably don't actually make enough money to live like a fucking good life. Well, I don't, to live a good life with the mentorship. Main thing I've always done is trading, boys. You man know that as well. You see with the way we go live, we never flex shit. We just come live and actually give you trading education the way it's meant to be. Just help you boys with what you need. But yeah. That's why I'm making it more one-to-ones, boys. I don't really care massively about earning from it. I more just want you boys to actually fucking succeed. A lot of people join a mentorship and then don't take it seriously. But if you're working with me one-to-one, I know for a fact I'm going to get you funded. And it's just going to be better for people in the con. I know a lot of people do take the mentorship seriously. Like, it's probably about 50-50. It's more, I suppose, what you're about as a person. If you're a serious person or not. But, yeah. It's been a great year so far. Trust me, bro. It has been a great year, man. Has been a great year. It's been a very good year. If you want to catch bangers like this, boys, day in, day out, make sure you're tuning into these streams. Yeah, bro. If people are asking how to find the DTI, if you don't know, just go to the bottom right of your screen and change it to New York time. New York there. And then go to 12 o'clock and just mark it on. It's just 12 o'clock midnight New York time. I do think the DXY can come lower. Ideally to this order block here, and then we get the next move. What's the yen basket, Sam? No more GeoGuessr. We still play GeoGuessr, bro, but I feel like I was playing it a little bit too much. Some people's probably getting a bit pissed off of it. Today we took education. Today we education serious. Yeah, trust me, bro. Some days are more for trading. Some days are more for just waiting for our position to play out and just learning about the charts. Gold just left us. We should really still come back down, bro, in my opinion. I do still think this is the correct order block to wait for. So hopefully we just induce in early people. Bear in mind, everyone who gets in longs now is going to have their stop losses here. So if we're just a little bit patient, these people will get stopped out and then we'll have to move higher. What made you bearish for you today, like daily bias wise? We did just go through that, bro, from the start to finish. But essentially, if you just do this is the 4-step thing you need to do. What is the range? Is it a bullish or bearish range? Where's your internal and external liquidity? What are we coming from and what are we going to? So if you go on EU, you can see where's the range. It's from this high to this low. Is it a bullish or bearish range? Well, we just broke a low, so it's a bearish range. Where's our internal and where's our external? Well, we've obviously got our external low, which we're targeting as it's a bearish range. So external low and our internal fair value gap here. So we're coming from this fair value gap to this external low, which obviously is bearish. How are you so calm and patient at the same time? Mastery at its peak level. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man, it's just like I said, it's just about knowing your strategy, boys. I know how many trades I'm likely to get a week, how many wins I'm likely to take, how many losses I'm likely to take. I've been trading for a good amount of time, so it's not like a lot of people where it's their first time experiencing drawdown or their first time experiences a win streak or whatever it may be. So that's pretty normal for me. Yeah, everyone, if you're watching, make sure you get in the Discord, boys. It's the main hub of where we do everything. Ryan, yeah, that's exactly it, bro. Exactly that. Internal to external, external to internal. DXY is kind of pushing a little bit up. I want to see how this 15-minute closes after this. If this next candle closes bullish, we might be good on GU. Bear in mind, we are above the DTO now on GU. What we can wait for is price to invert this fair value gap, this 15-minute. If we do invert that, then that will show clear bearish intent to return back to that. So we'll wait and see. Obviously, news shouldn't really do too much, boys, either, to be honest with you. Okay, we do have very low volume at this point, as you can see, which is why price is obviously sort of doesn't really want to remain in this area. We are getting big rejections from this area. We are getting rejections from this area. I need yen to come to prior week low. Right, nice. We're actually getting yen reversing a little bit, which is what we want. We want it to actually come back up a little bit, so then we can get our re-entries on EJ and GJ. See, GJ, we're looking to go off the 5-minute imbalance all the way down here. We're going to actually have to aim for a bigger target now, because our target's already been hit, really. Aim for these equal highs here. That's what I'll be looking for on GJ. And then EJ. Look for price to come into this order block here. And take out this liquidity. Chat, Dubs in the chat if you want me to stay longer today. Or I mean stay longer other days like I'm doing today. Dubs in the chat if you're rating these later streams. Normally I jump off about 12, but obviously we're staying on for a bit later today. I want to see how it goes, see what people are rating. 5 years still not profitable. Valid edge but failed to execute it psychologically. Yeah, bro, I'd say if you do want to talk to me about that, just as I said, bro, booking a call. There's always a link being sent into the chat to book a call. So I can just help you with anything you're seeing, bro. If you're in the market for 5 years, you're very close to being profitable if you're doing all the right things. I'm rating it, bro. Nice, Jordan. W Vision, WTO, W Jordan, W Hand, W Womble. How do you determine which IRL as price to go with as your bias? It can react with any IRL, Confluence, even ones not in discount or premium without missing a move. 100 likes. Yeah, let's get to 100 likes, boys. We've got 60 likes in the chat right now. Let's try and get 100 likes. 200 man in the stream, 100 likes. I'm going to stop smoking, bud, and lock in with trading. 100%, bro. As I said, man, the best time to lock in with trading, get on this one-to-one mentorship that's coming out, man. 150 quid. It's literally 90% off my one-to-one mentorship. You get to work with me one-to-one, which is fucking sick. I actually get to jump on calls with you, break down every single trade that you have, and show you how I would trade it differently and explain any concepts on the phone to you. It's just going to be way quicker for you. And as I said, it's 90% off, which is crazy. Dub Jimmy, Dub Trap, Dub Candles, Dub Jonna. Appreciate all the dubs in the chat, boys. W Abdullah, W Mohan. But yeah, how do you... The easiest way to, boys, to pick up the right internal, external liquidity. The best example is on EJ. Is just to keep it simple, boys. Use the higher time frame. What a lot of people do while they get the wrong internal and external liquidity is when they're looking at a range like this, they're looking at a range like that. I'm looking at it on the 4 hour, right? So there's literally about, this range is made up of about 6 candles. So it's a matter of picking between 1 out of 6 candles for it to be. And it's very simple. Normally you have one fair value gap or one order block. So I'll go on the 4 hour and there'll be one order block here, which will be my internal. Probably what most people have is rather than looking at it on a 4 hour, they'll look at it on like a 30 minute or 15 minute. Which means there's like hundreds of candles in this, which makes it really difficult to pick specifically which one of these is going to be your right POI. Because there's going to be loads of different order blocks on the 15, loads of different fair value gaps. So the main thing you want to do is look at price on a higher time frame rather than being convinced into going into the lower. So for example, on this 4 hour here, if the range is from this low to this high, I'm looking at it on the 4 hour. So now I've literally got, when I'm looking back, 3 candles I'm looking at. And obviously it's not going to be this. So now we've either got a fair value gap that we can target, or we've got an order block. So that makes it very simple for me to pick what candle. Whereas if you're looking at it on the 15 minute, you can see how many candles there are. So it means you may have gone with, so if we look at the range right here, it means you could have either gone with this fair value gap here, or this order block here, maybe this unmitigated wick, this order block here, this order block here. You can see how there's just loads of different levels. You're never going to know. You're better off going onto the higher time frame, so it's just a lot easier to cancel out the noise. You're gonna find it a lot easier. Okay, yen basket is giga pumping back up, which is what we want. We want it to come fill this fair value gap fully. To be fair, we ideally want it to tap into this order block, which is right next to our OTE. So this is really what I want price to come into mostly, is this order block here. Nice. GU's starting to come back down a bit as well, which is what we want. W casual, W natty. WJ. W baddie. Badine. I don't know your name. Can you look at your USD? We're looking bearish on EU, bro, in my opinion. Looking for sells on EU. Okay, GJ pushing back to the value area now. We're trading within the value area. Chat, I need to get these stream clips done as well. I need to every day just clip up my stream a decent amount. I'm going to do that every day from now. I'm just going to make sure I clip shit up. Going to make sure I clip shit up. I have a limit on EJ, aiming for... I have a limit on EJ at 1186, 116. Yeah, nice. It's basically where this order block is. Do have this liquidity to sweep out this low from 1030. We should sweep out. Let's see the equivalent low on GU at 1030. Yeah, the equivalent low on GU at 130 is here. So we should really sweep out this low. Yeah, and basket just retap that fair value gap. We obviously want it to, as we said, take out this high from about 1030, 1015. This is our main liquidity point. We're looking to get taken. Is it? Yeah, it's the current 4-hour high as well. Bear annoying, man. This TikTok doesn't break 15 views because I've been taken off the... I've been suspended from visibility. It's bare annoying. Look, due to repeated or prolonged actions that lack sustained engagement, such as remaining off-screen or non-interactive. I literally haven't done that at all. I'm interacting with every fucking comment. But they give that to me every day, boys. It's so jarring. I'm not going to lie. It's so jarring. Two six chat. My phone's mad lagging, bro. I think we're just inducing people right now. We should still take out this low. Should still take out these lows. There's a lot of waiting right now. DXY is not really doing anything. You can see the 15-minute candle just giving us rejections. So the 4-hour bullish range example you drew within the bigger bearish range wouldn't the bias be bullish for EU today as recent price action is in an uptrend? This high to this low. That's the range. The previous range was, so we can go back. So right here, you can see we broke out of this high, this old high. So we've got a range high and a range low right here. And you wait for the market to play out. Right, we break the low there. We just do this. Right, we break the low here. So at this point, we've got another high and another low. So now this is our bearish range. So we're looking for sells on this range, obviously, which news completely disrespected that. Right, so now we broke the high again. We've got our low and our high. So now our range is from here to here. And we wait for that to play out. Okay, and we broke the low. So now we've got a new low, which is here. And our high, which is here. So our range is here to here. So obviously we're looking for sells on this range from our internal liquidity to our external low. And obviously played out pretty decently so far. Although we are getting drawdown at the moment, or drawback. It's a good job you've been live for 90 minutes. I've been live for about fucking 3 hours, bro. 4 hours. 4.5. You're muted. No, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Drop your retracement EUGU, yeah, for sure, bro. Gold still looks decent. I'm still waiting on these lows to be swept on gold, man. Once these lows are swept on gold, I will be looking to get in. Don't trade gold that much, but that one I've been waiting for a while, and I've been cooking gold recently. Yeah, I do still expect the yen basket to push up a little bit more into this order block, so I'm very hopeful for these GJ buyers and EJ buyers. I do still think we'll tap in. I can take this off charge now. Bro, gold buy now. I'm waiting a little bit, my beam. Nice to see you in here though, brother. GJ sells ready. Now, I won't be looking for sells. I'll be waiting for buys. I'll be staying patient, waiting for those buys to come through. We do have news in like 20 minutes for the dollar, so we're going to be waiting for that to come through as well, bear in mind. What about GU? We are looking bearish, bro, but we just want to wait for the DXY to fully retrace. So we want the DXY to really come down to this order block here. So fill that fair value gap, mitigate that order block, and then go for the next move. So we obviously want the inverse to happen on GU. So expect price to push up a little bit, possibly to this low volume node. This low volume node here. And then get that next sell off. So we are selling, but we got to be really, really disciplined and not jumping in too early. Alright, chat, I'm going to jump off now though. We have been live for a long period of time. We are going to be back live at 1:30. So everyone, be back on the live at 1:30. Appreciate you, man, tuning in today, boys. It was a longer stream. So if you stayed here for the whole stream, everyone drop a dub in the chat right now so I know who's been here for the whole stream. Because that is serious dedication from you, man. So big up to everyone who did tune in for the whole stream. Big up everyone on TikTok as well. Everyone on the TikTok. Not a lot of people on here because we did keep getting taken off the FYP. But yeah, big up every 100 and however many people are on this YouTube stream. We're going to be growing these streams as quick as possible, boys. I've got a YouTube video coming out today. It's going to be out at about 5, I think. 5. WJ, Vision, Casual, Badi, C. Harris, Casual, Abdullah, Ken, Casual, Jonah, Burning Candles, Womble, Abdullah, Phil. Big up to everyone who tuned in for the whole live stream, boys. Appreciate that hand, Jan. W Casual, W Vuvi. Appreciate you all tuning in, boys. A bit of a longer stream, boys. Well, remember, Phil making sure he gets that dub. Yeah, remember, boys, we're going to be in the office soon, so the live streams are going to be getting a lot better, a lot more entertaining. We're going to have a bigger camera so you can actually see more of the background. It's going to be me and Mace there. It's going to be in the office so you can see the office settings, how me and Mace actually trade properly on a day-to-day basis. I mean, you can see it now, but it's just going to get a little bit better when we're in the office. But yeah, W, Phil, Vuvi, Womble, J, FC, IV, Trap. Big up to everyone in this live, boys. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next stream, people. Can't wait to get in the office, man. The streams are going to be fucking so active. Look, I'm waiting on the indicator, fam. I'll message you. No worries, Abdullah. I'll message you back straight away. Anyone who has messaged me on Discord, I'm going to message you back straight away. All right, nice. We're getting that price pushed down. Exactly what we want. All right, let's go, chat. We're getting JPY looking like it's about to take out this liquidity, which is perfect for what we want. All right, perfect. All right, chat. Big up to everyone who tuned in, and I will catch you in the next live, people. Sweet, boys.